Welcome to the sleepy underworld, a place where romance blooms, magic sparkles, and timeless fairy tales are reimagined for the dreamers of today. From heart-stirring romances to spellbinding adventures, every story is a soothing escape into a realm of love, wonder, and charm. So curl up, press play, and let us carry you away to the land of dreams. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to the channel, and leave a comment. We'd love to know in what part of the world you are watching and what is your favorite tip for a good night's sleep. Thank you for watching and enjoy the video. Rain streaked down the cobblestones of Rue des Rêves, turning the Parisian street into a river of shimmering reflections. I pulled my soaked coat tighter around my shoulders, my fingers brushing against the empty space on my left hand, where my engagement ring had been just yesterday. The absence felt heavier than the ring ever had. I'd walked this street 100 times before, never paying much attention to the narrow bookshop wedged between the patisserie and the antique store. Its weathered sign, Librairie des Destins, hung crookedly above a perpetually closed door. In all my years living in the neighborhood, I'd never seen a single customer enter or leave. Tonight, though, something pulled me toward it. Perhaps it was the soft, golden light that spilled from its foggy windows, so at odds with the steel-gray storm clouds above. Or perhaps it was simply that I had nowhere else to go, no one waiting for me, not anymore. I pushed the door open, and a small bell announced my arrival with a delicate chime. The scent of old paper, leather, and something indescribably sweet, like vanilla mixed with wood smoke, enveloped me immediately. "Mademoiselle Roche," a voice called from somewhere within the labyrinth of shelves. "I've been expecting you." I froze, water dripping from my coat onto the worn wooden floor. How did he know my name? A man emerged from between two towering bookshelves. He was tall and lean, dressed in a suit that seemed both modern and somehow from another era entirely. His dark hair was swept back from a face that was beautiful in a way that made my heart ache. Not handsome in the conventional sense, but striking, with eyes so deep and knowing they seemed to contain entire universes. "You're mistaken," I said, my voice smaller than I intended. "We haven't met." He smiled, and tiny wrinkles appeared at the corners of his eyes. "Not in the traditional sense, no. But I know you all the same, Emmeline." The sound of my full name, which almost no one used, sent a shiver down my spine. I should have been frightened, should have turned and fled back into the rain. Instead, I found myself stepping further into the shop, drawn by some invisible thread. "Who are you?" I asked. "Julian," he replied simply, as if that explained everything. "Would you like some tea? You're soaked through." Before I could answer, he disappeared behind a curtain, leaving me alone among the books. I wandered deeper into the shop, trailing my fingers along the spines. These weren't ordinary books, I realized. None had titles printed on their spines. Instead, each was bound uniquely. Some in leather embossed with intricate patterns, others in silks or velvets of deep, rich colors that seemed to shift in the light. "Here we are," Julian said, reappearing with 2 steaming cups. He gestured to a small sitting area near a fireplace I hadn't noticed before, where flames danced merrily despite the summer evening. I took the offered cup, inhaling the fragrant steam. "How did you know my name?" I asked again, determined to get an answer. "The same way I know that your heart is broken," he replied, his voice gentle. "The same way I know that you feel like you've lost not just a fiancé, but your entire future." My cup trembled in my hand. "Did Claude send you? Is this some elaborate scheme to win me back?" Julian laughed softly. "No, Emmeline. Claude is currently drinking himself into oblivion at Le Bedtime, telling anyone who will listen that you're being unreasonable. I felt my face flush with anger. Unreasonable. Of course, that's what Claude would say. Finding another woman in our bed was apparently something I should simply accept with a Gallic shrug. "How could you possibly know that?" I whispered. Julian didn't answer directly. Instead, he rose and walked to a shelf near the fireplace, running his fingers along the spines until he found what he was looking for. He returned with a book bound in midnight blue velvet that seemed to ripple like water. "This is for you," he said, placing it gently in my hands. The book was heavy and warm to the touch. No title adorned its cover, just a silver clasp in the shape of a crescent moon. When I opened it, I found blank pages. "I don't understand," I said, looking up at him. "The pages are not empty," Julian explained, settling back into his chair. "They reveal themselves only to the one meant to read them, and only when that person is ready." I closed the book with a snap. "I think I should go." "Of course," he said, making no move to stop me. "But you're welcome to stay until the rain stops, and you can take the book. It's already yours." "I can't pay for this," I protested, though I found myself clutching the book tighter. "It's not for sale," Julian said with another enigmatic smile. "It's simply finding its way home." I don't know why I stayed. Perhaps it was the warmth of the fire, or the soothing quality of Julian's voice, or simply that I had nothing to return to, but an empty apartment still haunted by Claude's betrayal. We talked for hours as the rain continued to fall outside, about books and art and Paris and everything except the obvious questions. Who are you? How do you know so much about me? What is this place? When I finally rose to leave, the storm had passed, and the streets glistened under the emerging stars. Julian walked me to the door. "Will you read it?" he asked, nodding at the book I still held. "I don't know," I answered honestly. "The future is not fixed, Emmeline," he said, his eyes holding mine. "It's a story we're still writing. Remember that." I left the bookshop that night with the velvet-bound book tucked under my arm, convinced I'd never open it, certain I'd never return. I was wrong on both counts. Back in my apartment, I placed the strange book on my nightstand and tried to forget about it. I went through the motions of my life, teaching French literature at the university, meeting friends for coffee, carefully avoiding places Claude might be. But each night, I found myself staring at the book, feeling its pull like a physical force. A week after I visited the bookshop, I finally gave in. Curled in my reading chair by the window, I undid the silver clasp and opened the book. This time, the pages were no longer blank. Emmeline stands in a garden she doesn't recognize, surrounded by lavender bushes heavy with purple blooms. The air is warm, scented with herbs and sea salt. She turns at the sound of laughter and sees herself, older, her dark hair now streaked with silver, tending to a beehive with practiced hands. Beside her is Julian, unchanged, watching her with eyes full of love as she explains something about the bee's behavior. I slammed the book shut, my heart pounding. It couldn't be real. It had to be some elaborate prank, or perhaps I was losing my mind from stress and heartbreak. I shoved the book into a drawer and resolved to return it to the strange bookshop in the morning. But when I arrived at Rue des Rêves the next day, the space between the patisserie and the antique store was nothing but a narrow alley filled with trash bins. I asked the patisserie owner about the bookshop. "Bookshop?" she repeated, frowning. "There has never been a bookshop there, mademoiselle. You must be thinking of another street." I wasn't. I knew this street like the back of my hand. Yet for the next week, each time I passed, the alley remained stubbornly empty of any trace of Librairie des Destins. Meanwhile, the book called to me. Despite my fear, I found myself opening it again and again, reading snippets of what appeared to be my own future. I saw myself traveling to places I'd always dreamed of visiting. the cliffs of Santorini, the temples of Kyoto, the misty shores of Ireland. And in every vision, Julian was there. Sometimes in the background, sometimes by my side, always watching over me with those ancient eyes. The visions weren't all pleasant. I read of arguments and tears, of a miscarriage that left me hollow with grief, of the death of my father. But even in those dark moments, there was a sense of being held, of being loved so completely that the pain became bearable. As weeks passed, I began to wonder if I'd imagined the entire encounter. Perhaps grief had driven me to create an elaborate fantasy, a mysterious man, a magical bookshop, a future full of love and adventure instead of the broken engagement and empty apartment that was my reality. Then, on a crisp autumn evening as I walked home from the university, I felt a prickling sensation on the back of my neck. I turned to find Julian standing across the street, watching me with those impossible eyes. When our gazes met, he smiled and nodded toward a cafe on the corner. My feet carried me to him before my mind could protest. "You disappeared," I accused as I slid into the chair across from him. "The shop comes and goes," he said, as if this explained everything. "It appears when it's needed." "And you?" I asked. "Do you come and go as well?" His smile was tinged with sadness. "I am bound to the shop, in a way." "What does that mean?" Julian sighed, running a hand through his dark hair. "It's complicated, Emmeline." "Try me," I insisted. He studied me for a long moment, then nodded. "I was once like you, young, heartbroken, lost. I found the shop on a night much like the one when you entered. The keeper then, a woman named Elise, gave me a book." He paused, his eyes distant with memory. "I read it cover to cover in one night. It showed me centuries of possibilities, lifetimes I could live if I made certain choices." "Centuries?" I repeated, my voice barely a whisper. "The book I gave you is different," he continued, ignoring my question. "It shows only pieces of one possible future. Your future, if you choose it." "With you," I said, remembering the visions. "With me," he confirmed. "But Emmeline, there's something you need to understand. The book shows only possibilities, not certainties, and there's a price for the future it reveals." My stomach tightened with dread. "What price?" Julian reached across the table and took my hand. His touch was warm, solid, and real. "If you read the book to its end, if you see the entire future it offers, you must decide. You can close the book and walk away, return to your normal life. Or you can choose the future you've read, with all its joys and sorrows." "That doesn't sound like much of a price," I said cautiously. "The price is this. If you choose that future, you bind yourself to it, all of it, including the parts you haven't read yet, the parts beyond the final page." "I don't understand." "Time works differently in the shop, Emmeline, and for those connected to it." He squeezed my hand gently. "I've lived many lifetimes, bound to the shop, appearing when I'm needed, disappearing when I'm not. If you choose the future in that book, you choose to join me in that existence." I pulled my hand away, my mind reeling. "You're saying you're... what? Immortal? A ghost? A figment of my imagination?" "None of those exactly," he said quietly. "I'm as real as you are. I simply exist. Differently." I stood up abruptly. "This is insane. I need to go." Julian didn't try to stop me. "The shop will be there when you need it," he called after me. "The book will wait until you're ready." I ran all the way home, convinced I was losing my mind. That night, I dreamed of the bookshop, of endless shelves stretching into infinity, of thousands of velvet-bound books, each containing someone's possible future, and of Julian, moving through the labyrinth of stories, a keeper of possibilities. 3 days later, I found myself once again standing before the narrow space between the patisserie and the antique store. This time, the bookshop was there, its crooked sign swinging gently in the breeze. I pushed open the door without hesitation. Julian sat in the same armchair by the fire, as if he'd been waiting for me all along. Perhaps he had been. "I have questions," I announced. He gestured to the chair across from him. "I have answers. Some of them, at least." For hours we talked. He told me of his life before the shop, a young poet in the 1820s Paris, devastated by the death of his lover. He explained how he'd stumbled upon Librairie des Destins during a storm, much like the one that had driven me inside. How Elise had given him a book bound in green silk that showed him a future spanning centuries. "I chose that future," he said simply. "I became what Elise had been, a keeper of stories, a guardian of possibilities." "But why me?" I asked. "Of all the heartbroken people in Paris, why did you give me a book?" Julian's eyes softened. "The shop chooses who enters. The books choose their readers. I am merely the intermediary." "And if I read to the end? If I choose the future in the book?" "Then you would join me," he said. "Not immediately. You would live your life as shown in the book. And when that life ends, you would become as I am." "A keeper of stories," I murmured. "Yes." "It's not a decision to make lightly, Emmeline." I thought of the visions I'd already seen. The garden in Provence, the beehives, the travels, the love that radiated from every page. But I also thought of what I'd be giving up. A normal life, the chance to move on from heartbreak in the usual way, to find love that didn't come with such an extraordinary price. "I need time," I said finally. Julian nodded. "Take all the time you need. The book will wait." But as I rose to leave, I found myself asking, "Will you wait too?" His smile was like sunrise. "I've waited lifetimes for you, Emmeline. A little longer makes no difference." Over the next months, I returned to the bookshop often. Sometimes to read more of the book, sometimes simply to talk with Julian. I learned the rhythm of the shop's appearances. It was always there when my heart was troubled, when I needed guidance or companionship. And slowly, almost imperceptibly, I fell in love. Not with the idea of an immortal existence or the magic of the shop, but with Julian himself, with his quiet wisdom and unexpected humor, with the way he listened as if my words were precious, with the gentleness of his hands as he made tea or shelved books, with the depth of his eyes that had seen centuries pass. And as winter turned to spring, I continued to read the book. I saw our first kiss beneath a canopy of cherry blossoms in a Kyoto garden. I saw our wedding, small and intimate, on a windswept Irish cliff. I saw the home we would build together in Provence, surrounded by lavender fields and olive groves. I saw the years passing, my body aging while Julian remained unchanged. I saw the questions in the eyes of neighbors and friends, and the careful explanations we crafted. I saw myself growing old in a life filled with more joy than I'd ever imagined possible. And then, one night in late spring, I turned a page and found myself looking at the final chapter. Emmeline lies in a sunlit bedroom, her hair now white, her face lined with the story of a life well lived. Julian sits beside her, holding her hand, his eyes filled with tears that will not fall. "Are you afraid?" he asks. Emmeline smiles. "No," she answers. "I've lived every moment of the life I chose. Now I'm ready for what comes next." As the sun sets, she closes her eyes for the final time, and somewhere, in a bookshop that exists between moments, a new keeper of stories awakens. I close the book with trembling hands. I had reached the end. Now I had to decide. Could I bind myself to this future, to an existence I couldn't fully comprehend? Could I give up the ordinary life I'd always expected to live? But then again, hadn't that ordinary life already been shattered when I found Claude with another woman? The next day, I returned to the bookshop. Julian was shelving books when I entered, his movements graceful and practiced. He turned at the sound of the bell, and his expression told me he knew. "You finished it?" he said. I nodded, clutching the velvet-bound book to my chest. "I've made my decision." Julian approached slowly, as if afraid to hear my answer. "And?" I held out the book to him. For a moment, pain flashed across his face. He thought I was returning it, rejecting the future it contained. But then I smiled and said, "I choose you. I choose us. I choose the life in these pages, and whatever comes after." The relief that washed over his features was almost tangible. He took the book from my hands and placed it gently on a nearby shelf. Then he cupped my face in his hands, his touch reverent. "Are you certain?" he whispered. "Once chosen, this path cannot be unchosen." "I'm certain," I replied. "I want the life I've seen, the garden, the bees, the travels. I want the joy and even the sorrow, if it means I get to share it with you. And after, I want to keep stories, to guide others as you've guided me." Julian's kiss was like coming home to a place I'd never been but had always known existed. When we separated, he pressed his forehead to mine. "The book doesn't show everything," he warned. "There will be surprises, challenges we can't foresee." "That's true of any life," I said. "The difference is, I've glimpsed enough of ours to know it's worth whatever comes." We were married that summer, just as the book had shown, on a windswept Irish cliff, with only the sea as our witness. We traveled to all the places I'd seen in the visions: Santorini's whitewashed buildings against the azure sea, Kyoto's temples hidden among maple trees, New Zealand's rolling green hills. And eventually, we settled in Provence, in a stone farmhouse surrounded by lavender fields. I continued to teach, though now online, to students around the world. Julian wrote poetry that captured the essence of centuries he'd witnessed. Together, we tended our garden, kept our bees, and built a life filled with quiet joy. The shop still appeared when needed, though now I sometimes found myself there alone, guiding a lost soul to the book that waited for them. I learned the secrets of the Librairie des Destins, how to bind new books, how to recognize those who are ready to read them, how to guide without influencing the choice that must be made freely. Years passed. My hair silvered, lines etched themselves around my eyes and mouth, recording a lifetime of laughter and tears. Julian remained as he had been the night we met, eternally young in appearance, though ancient in soul. And now, as I feel the last pages of my mortal life turning, I am not afraid. I lie in our sunlit bedroom, the scent of lavender drifting through the open window. Julian sits beside me, holding my hand, his eyes filled with tears that will not fall. "Are you afraid?" he asks, just as the book foretold. I smile. "No, I've lived every moment of the life I chose. Now I'm ready for what comes next." As the sun sets over our lavender fields, I close my eyes for the final time in this life. And somewhere, in a bookshop that exists between moments, a new keeper of stories awakens. My name is Emmeline, and I have lived many lives. If you find yourself lost and heartbroken on a rainy night, if you stumble upon a bookshop wedged between two buildings that wasn't there yesterday, if you meet a woman with ancient eyes who offers you a velvet-bound book, remember that some stories choose us, not the other way around. And sometimes, if we're brave enough to turn the page, we find that the ending is just another beginning. I remember the cold first. Not the ordinary chill that settles into your bones during the long winter moons, but the deep, ancient cold that speaks of endings and beginnings all at once. The kind of cold that transforms the world into crystal and silence. My name is Kayla, daughter of the northern tundra, and this is how I learned to walk between worlds. The night of the moon ritual arrived with a sky so clear it seemed polished by invisible hands. Stars scattered across the darkness like crushed diamonds, and the aurora rippled in veils of green and blue above our village. Elders said the lights were the roads spirits traveled, but I had never believed in such things, until that night. I stood among my people, 20 summers to my name, marked for the ritual by birth. I had arrived during the eclipse when the moon disappeared and returned transformed. A portent, the elders whispered. A sign that I would one day serve as a bridge between our world and the next. The north wind carries your ancestors' blessing, my grandmother murmured, painting my face with cold blue paste that smelled of crushed juniper and something older, something that did not belong to this world. The symbols she traced, spirals and stars and crescent moons, tingled against my skin. My fellow hunters watched from a respectful distance, their faces flickering in torchlight. Among them stood Terran, his eyes reflecting the flames, his mouth set in a hard line. Once we had been promised to one another, but ambition had turned his heart cold. Now he served as second to our leader, Herrick, a man whose hunger for power had slowly transformed our traditions into something unrecognizable. "It is time," Herrick announced, his voice carrying across the gathered crowd. The ceremonial furs draped across his shoulders gleamed silver in the moonlight. Kayla will complete the sacred journey and return to us with the blessing of the moon wolf. Or not return at all, I thought. The words unspoken but understood by all. No one had completed the ritual in 3 generations. Most who attempted it were never seen again, their bodies lost to the vast white emptiness of the tundra. Herrick approached, a bone knife in his hand carved with symbols so ancient even our oldest elders couldn't decipher them. "Bare your palm," he commanded. I extended my hand, palm up. The knife bit deep, and I refused to flinch as my blood welled dark against my skin. "Blood calls to blood," Herrick intoned. "Spirit calls to spirit. Walk the path of twilight and return transformed. Or not at all." The crowd's silence pressed in around me. My grandmother touched my shoulder one last time, her eyes wet with unspoken farewells. Then I turned toward the waiting wilderness, toward the sacred mountain that loomed in the distance, its peak piercing the rippling curtain of the aurora. I began walking, following the trail of blood I left in the snow. Behind me, the village grew smaller, the torches diminishing to pinpricks of light before vanishing altogether. Ahead lay only vastness, the stretch of tundra, the distant mountain, and the infinite sky above. The moon rose higher, casting the landscape in silver light. My breath clouded before me, and the cold seeped through my furs. The ritual required that I carry no weapons, no food, only my own strength and the ancestral knowledge passed down through generations. The wind picked up, carrying whispers that might have been voices or merely the sound of ice crystals shifting in the air. I walked for hours, the mountain growing no closer, my blood continuing to drip onto the pristine snow. The cut should have closed by now, but ritual magic kept it open, a beacon for whatever I sought, or whatever sought me. The first howl shattered the silence when the moon reached its zenith. I froze, scanning the horizon. The sound came again, closer this time. A mournful cry that seemed to resonate with something deep within my chest. My heart quickened. The moon wolf was no mere legend. It was a creature our people both feared and venerated. To encounter it was to stand at the threshold between life and death. A shadow detached itself from the darkness ahead, moving with liquid grace across the snow. Silver fur gleamed in the moonlight, and yellow eyes fixed on mine with an intelligence that stole my breath. The wolf was massive, its shoulders reaching my chest, its presence filling the space between us with something ancient and knowing. It circled me once, twice, its nostrils flaring as it caught my scent. My blood on the snow drew a path straight to where I stood. I remained still, remembering my grandmother's teachings. Show no fear. The wolf does not respect fear. It respects strength, stillness, and truth. The wolf completed its third circle and stopped before me. Only then did I notice the dark stain on its right flank, the matted fur, and the slight favoring of its hind leg. It was injured. At that moment, something shifted between us. No longer predator and prey, but two wounded creatures beneath the watching moon. "You're hurt," I whispered, my voice strange in the silence. The wolf's ears twitched, and it took a step closer. I slowly knelt in the snow, extending my bleeding hand, palm up. An offering. The wolf hesitated, then lowered its great head to my palm. Its rough tongue swept across my wound, and a jolt of something like lightning raced up my arm. The cut sealed instantly, leaving only a silver crescent scar. My vision swam, the world tilting strangely around me. The stars overhead seemed suddenly closer, almost close enough to touch, and the aurora pulsed in time with my heartbeat. The wolf's yellow eyes captured mine, and I saw a mountain cave glowing with blue light, a pool of water that reflected not the ceiling above, but a sky filled with stars I'd never seen. A woman with my face but dressed in garments from another age, her hand resting on the head of a silver wolf. I gasped as the vision faded, swaying on my knees in the snow. The wolf watched me, patient, expectant. "What was that?" I whispered. "Did you show me that?" The wolf turned, taking several steps away from me before looking back. The message was clear. Follow. Rising to my feet, I took a step forward, then another, and another, until I walked alongside the great beast. Our pace matched as if we had traveled together for a lifetime. "I don't understand," I said softly. "This isn't how the ritual is supposed to proceed. The elders said there would be a test, a challenge." The wolf huffed, its breath clouding in the cold air. Its yellow eyes seemed almost amused. "Unless this is the test," I realized. "To trust, to follow." The snow crunched beneath our feet as we walked, and gradually I became aware of subtle changes in our surroundings. The stars overhead shifted position faster than they should have. The mountain we approached seemed both closer and somehow different than the one I had initially set out toward. The very air felt charged with something I couldn't name. "Where are you taking me?" I asked, though I expected no answer. To my shock, a voice whispered through my mind, "To where you need to be." I stumbled, nearly falling. The wolf paused, watching me with those intelligent eyes. "You speak?" I managed. "Not as humans do, but you can hear me now because the bond has begun." The bond? Between guardian and keeper, between the moon and earth, between what is and what might be. Before I could question further, a new sound reached us, voices calling my name. Harsh, angry voices. The wolf tensed, hackles rising. Danger comes. I turned to see torches in the distance, moving rapidly across the tundra. A hunting party. Herrick's men. "They're following us," I said. "But why?" "This isn't part of the ritual." The wolf growled, the sound reverberating through the frozen ground beneath our feet. "They do not honor the old ways. They seek power, not harmony. They wish to capture a moon guardian, to bend its magic to their will." Understanding dawned, cold and clear as the night around us. Herrick had never intended for me to complete the ritual. I was merely bait, chosen because of my birth under the eclipse. My blood was the lure. You're injured because of them, I said. They wounded you. Yes. An arrow tipped with shadow root. It weakens our kind. Anger flared within me, hot and fierce. Then we need to move faster. I broke into a run, the wolf matching my pace despite its injury. We flew across the snow, two shadows beneath the watching moon. Behind us, the voices grew more distant, but I knew they would not give up easily. My breath burned in my lungs as we ran, and the landscape around us blurred and shifted. The snow beneath our feet sparkled with an inner light I had never seen before, and the swaying auroras descended lower, their colors intensifying until they painted the tundra in swaths of emerald, sapphire, and violet. We cross between worlds now, the wolf's voice explained in my mind. Few humans can walk this path. The veil thins for those with the sight. The sight. My grandmother had used that word, watching me carefully as I described the strange things I sometimes glimpsed from the corner of my eye. Shadows moving against the wind, lights dancing where no fire burned, figures walking across the snow leaving no footprints behind. What is happening to me? I gasped as the world continued to transform around us. You remember what you have always been, came the cryptic reply. We crested a rise, and I stopped in wonder. Below us stretched a valley unlike any I had seen before. Ancient trees with trunks wider than 5 men standing shoulder to shoulder rose into the night sky, their branches heavy with ice that caught the moonlight and refracted it into thousands of rainbow prisms. Between the trees moved shapes, some animal, some humanoid, some defying description altogether. What is this place? I whispered. A crossing point, a sanctuary, home to those who walk between. The wolf led me down into the valley, where the air grew noticeably warmer. The trees seemed to bend slightly as we passed, branches dipping in acknowledgement. The shadows between the massive trunks shifted and whispered, and I caught glimpses of eyes watching us, some curious, some wary, all knowing. We followed a path that glowed faintly blue, winding between the trees toward the center of the valley. As we walked, I became aware of a gentle humming sound, a melody so subtle it vibrated through the earth itself. I hear music, I said, the song of the earth. All places sing, but few humans hear. You hear because you are awakening. We reached a clearing where a perfect circle of stone stood, each taller than me, and carved with symbols similar to those on Herrick's ritual knife. At the center of the circle lay a pool of water so still it mirrored the sky above with perfect clarity. The wolf stopped at the edge of the pool. This is the moon's mirror. Look into it and tell me what you see. I approached cautiously, kneeling at the water's edge. At first I saw only my reflection, my face still painted with the ritual symbols, my eyes wide with wonder and fear. Then the water rippled, though no wind disturbed its surface. My reflection changed. I was still myself, but different, dressed in silver-white furs I had never worn, my hair longer and threaded with small crystals that caught the light. Around my neck hung a pendant shaped like a crescent moon. Beside me stood the silver wolf, whole and uninjured, its yellow eyes gleaming with power. Then the vision shifted again. I saw Herrick and his men entering the sacred valley, weapons drawn, faces twisted with greed. I saw the ancient trees withering at their approach, the magical creatures fleeing in terror. I saw the moon's mirror polluted, its waters turning black. They're coming here, I said, pulling back from the water with a gasp. They'll destroy this place. They seek what they cannot understand. The wolf's mental voice was grim. This has happened before, in cycles as old as the moon herself. Always there are those who wish to possess rather than protect. What can we do? Complete the ritual. Become what you were born to be. The wolf moved to stand on the opposite side of the pool, its injured form reflected in the water between us. The moon's whisper requires a sacrifice freely given, an exchange of life force. Only through mutual surrender can the bond be forged. What kind of sacrifice? I asked, though somehow I already knew. I offer my immortal essence. You offer your mortal limitations. Together we become something new, a dreamkeeper, guardian of the threshold between worlds. Fear clutched at my heart. Will it hurt? The wolf's eyes softened. There is always pain in transformation, but there is beauty too. From the distance came shouts, Herrick and his men drawing closer. We had little time. What must I do? Place your hands in the water. Open your mind to mine. Remember who you have always been. I plunged my hands into the pool. The water was neither warm nor cold, but vibrated with energy that raced up my arms and spread throughout my body. Across from me, the wolf placed one paw into the water, and our eyes locked. The world dissolved. I fell through memories not my own, the wolf running beneath countless moons, guarding the sacred places, watching civilizations rise and fall like waves upon a shore. I saw myself through its eyes, not just as I was now, but as I had been before. A different body, a different time, but the same soul. Again and again, lifetime after lifetime, we had found one another. Sometimes I completed the transformation. Sometimes I failed. Sometimes we parted in sorrow, sometimes in triumph. The wolf fell through my memories too, my childhood in the village, my grandmother's teachings, and my growing awareness that I did not quite belong. My fear and my courage, my doubts and my certainties. We merged and separated, like dancers circling one another in perfect rhythm. Remember, the wolf urged. Remember the promise. And suddenly, I did remember. Standing in this very spot centuries ago, my hand on the head of a silver wolf, speaking words in a language I no longer knew but somehow understood. As long as the moon walks her path across the sky, I will guard the threshold. I will guide the lost. I will remember when others forget. Power surged between us, and the water of the pool glowed with an intense silver-blue light that shot upward in a column, connecting earth to sky. The aurora above responded, descending in curtains of color that wrapped around the pillar of light. Pain lanced through me. Not the pain of injury, but of expansion, as if my very being grew too large for my physical form. I screamed, but the sound transformed into something else. A howl that echoed the wolf's own cry. The wolf's form dissolved into particles of light that swirled across the pool toward me. At the same time, something of my own essence flowed toward the wolf. We exchanged parts of ourselves, becoming neither fully human nor fully wolf, but something in between. Something more. Yes, the wolf's voice encouraged. Accept what you are. The transformation continued, building in intensity until I could no longer distinguish between myself and the wolf, between the water and the sky, between past and present. Everything was light and sound and sensation. Then, abruptly, it stopped. I found myself standing in the center of the pool, which was now merely inches deep. My body felt simultaneously lighter and more substantial than before. Power hummed beneath my skin. I looked down at my hands and saw that the blue symbols painted there for the ritual now glowed from within, no longer mere pigment, but part of my very being. Around my neck hung the crescent moon pendant I had seen in the vision. My clothes had transformed into silver-white furs, and beside me stood the wolf, its injury healed, its yellow eyes now flecked with the same blue that marked my skin. It is done. the wolf said, its mental voice now clearer than before. We are bonded. What happens now? I asked, my voice sounding strange to my ears, layered somehow, as if multiple versions of myself spoke at once. Now we protect what must be protected. We turned as one to face the edge of the clearing, where Herrick and 5 of his men emerged from between the trees. They stopped short at the sight of us, their expressions shifting from triumph to uncertainty. "Kayla," Herrick called, his hand tight around his bone knife. "Step away from the beast." I felt a smile curve my lips. "The beast and I are one now, Herrick. The ritual is complete." Anger flashed across his face. "That's impossible. No one completes the ritual anymore. That's not how this works." "Because you perverted the ancient ways," I said, understanding flowing through me with each passing moment. "You used the ritual as a way to lure the moon guardians, to wound them, to attempt to capture their power for yourself." Taryn pushed forward, weapon in hand. "Herrick has led our people to prosperity. The old ways made us weak. Magic is a tool to be used, not worshipped." "Magic is neither tool nor God," I replied, the words coming from somewhere beyond myself. "It is the breath between worlds, the bridge between what is seen and unseen. It cannot be possessed." Herrick snarled, "Enough of this nonsense. Take her. Kill the wolf." The men moved forward, weapons raised. The wolf beside me growled, hackles rising. But I felt no fear, only a deep, resonant certainty. I raised my hands, and the symbols on my skin flared bright blue. Stop. The single word carried power unlike anything I had ever wielded. The men froze in place, unable to move forward. "I am Kayla, Dreamkeeper, and Guardian of the Threshold," I said, the title rising from ancient memory. "You have violated sacred ground, Herrick. You have shed innocent blood. You have forgotten what our people once knew, that we are stewards, not masters." "Kill them!" Herrick screamed, fighting against the invisible force that held him in place. One of the men managed to knock an arrow, drawing his bow with trembling hands. The wolf and I moved in perfect unison. As the arrow flew, I caught it midair, the shaft turning to frost beneath my fingers. The wolf leaped, not toward the men, but in a circle around them, trailing silver light that formed a containing ring. "You cannot win this battle," I told them. "Not here, between the worlds." "Then we'll bring more men," Herrick hissed. "We'll burn your precious trees. We'll drain your magical pool. We are many, and you are one." "Show him," the wolf suggested. I nodded and swept my arm toward the pool behind us. The water rippled, and then figures emerged. Other dreamkeepers from across time and space, some human-like, others more wolf than person, all marked with the same glowing symbols I now bore. They formed a silent semicircle behind us, dozens strong. "We are many," I corrected. "And we have guarded the sacred places since time began." Fear finally crept into Herrick's eyes. "What do you want?" "Leave this place. Return to our people. Tell them the truth of what the ritual was meant to be. Tell them a Dreamkeeper walks again." "And if I refuse?" I smiled, feeling the wolf's fierce joy mirror my own. "Then you will wander the space between worlds until you learn humility. It might take several lifetimes." I knew he sensed its truth. If I willed it, I could strand them in this twilight realm, where time moved differently, where human concerns diminished against the vast tapestry of existence. Herrick's shoulders sagged in defeat. "Release us," he muttered. With a gesture, I dissolved the containing circle. The spectral dreamkeepers behind us faded back into the pool. "Go," I said. "Remember what you've seen here today." The men backed away slowly, then turned and fled through the trees. Only Taryn remained, his expression conflicted. "Are you coming back?" he asked softly. I exchanged a glance with the wolf. "Yes, but not as who I was." "What will you do?" "Restore what was lost. Guide those who are ready to listen. Walk between worlds." He nodded slowly, studying my transformed appearance. "I never understood you. Perhaps I wasn't meant to." "Perhaps," I agreed, "but understanding can come with time." After a long moment, he turned to follow the others. I watched him go, feeling a chapter of my life closing. "Your first test as Dreamkeeper," the wolf observed. "You chose mercy." Was that the right choice? There is no right or wrong in such matters, only consequences. We shall see what grows from the seeds you've planted today. We turned back to the moon's mirror, which had returned to its still, reflective state. In its depths, I could now see pathways, shimmering routes connecting this sacred place to others around the world. "So many," I breathed, "all in need of guardians. All in need of those who remember the old promises." "Where do we start?" The wolf's eyes gleamed with ancient wisdom. "We begin with rest. Transformation requires recovery." For the first time, I noticed the bone-deep exhaustion that pulled at me. "Where?" "This way." The wolf led me deeper into the circle of standing stones, to a place where the earth itself had formed a natural hollow beneath the roots of one of the massive trees. Soft moss carpeted the ground, and the air was warm, despite the winter night outside the valley. I settled into the hollow, and the wolf curled beside me, its warm body a comfort against the overwhelming newness of my existence. Above us, through gaps in the ancient roots, I could see stars and the dancing aurora. "Will I ever see my village again?" I asked drowsily, feeling sleep tug at the edges of my consciousness. "Yes. But you belong to all places now, and all times. Sleep, Dreamkeeper. Tomorrow we begin the real journey." As my eyes closed, I felt the boundaries of my being grow soft and expansive. My dreams merged with reality, and I found myself walking silver pathways between stars, the wolf always at my side. I saw other dreamers walking their own paths, and realized I could now reach them, guide them, and protect them from the nightmares that lurked in shadowed corners. This was my purpose: to be the bridge, the guardian, the keeper of sacred spaces where imagination and reality intersected. This was what I had always been meant to become. My wolf, my other self, padded silently beside me through the dreamscape. Between one step and the next, we crossed boundaries invisible to ordinary eyes, our footsteps leaving behind a trail of gentle light for lost souls to follow. "Remember," the wolf whispered in my mind. "Remember the promise." "As long as the moon walks her path across the sky," I recited, the ancient words flowing naturally now. "I will guard the threshold. I will guide the lost. I will remember when others forget." The words echoed across the dreamscape, rippling outward like stones dropped in still water. Somewhere in the waking world, a sleeper smiled in their dreams, feeling suddenly safe. And so began my life as Kayla, the Dreamkeeper, with a silver wolf as my guide and companion, walking the twilight paths between what is and what might be. Under the watchful gaze of the moon, we became guardians of the forgotten magic that still hums beneath the snow, waiting for those with eyes to see and ears to hear. Every night, as you drift toward sleep, we walk beside you through the veil of dreams. Listen for our footfalls in the quiet moments between thoughts. Look for our silhouettes against the backdrop of your imagination. We are there, keeping watch, ensuring safe passage between worlds. All you need to do is remember. Love me, and you will rule beside me. Betray me, and you will burn." The silver moonlight spilled across my chamber like liquid mercury, casting long shadows that danced upon stone walls. I traced my fingers over the ancient spellbook before me, its pages yellowed with age and wisdom. Outside my window, the kingdom slept, unaware that their queen kept vigil in the witching hour. They feared me, as they should. I am Selene, the last true witch of Lunaria, and I seized this throne through blood, fire, and raw power. Where once my kind were hunted like animals, now I rule over those who would have burned me. The irony was not lost on me as I closed the spell book and moved to the window, gazing out at the city below. 3 years had passed since I claimed the crown. 3 years of rebuilding a kingdom that had outlawed magic for generations. 3 years of waiting for the inevitable challenge to my rule. That challenge arrived on a storm-swept night when the guards dragged a man before my throne. He wore tattered finery, his wrists bound in iron chains that clinked with each defiant step. "Your Majesty," Captain Thorne announced, forcing the prisoner to his knees. "We found this man attempting to enter the palace grounds. He claims to be Prince Dorian of House Blackwood." My pulse quickened. House Blackwood, the former royal family I had deposed. Most had fled or perished in my uprising, but rumors persisted that the youngest prince had escaped. I leaned forward on my throne, examining him closely. Midnight hair fell in waves around a face sculpted by nobility and hardship. His eyes, the deep blue of twilight skies, met mine without flinching. "Prince Dorian," I said, letting magic dance between my fingertips, a casual reminder of my power. I believed all the Blackwoods had either fled or found their way to early graves. And then, to my astonishment, he laughed. Not the nervous titter of a man facing death, but a genuine rich sound that echoed through my throne room. "Is something amusing you, Prince?" I asked, my voice dangerously soft. "Forgive me, Your Majesty," he replied, his voice like velvet over steel. "I simply find it ironic that after all your efforts to erase my family, I've delivered myself to your doorstep." The court held its breath. Men had died for lesser insults, but curiosity stirred within me, a sensation I had almost forgotten. "Why have you come, Prince Dorian? To assassinate me? To reclaim your family's throne?" "Neither," he answered, straightening his shoulders despite the chains. "I've come to offer you something no one else can." "And what might that be?" His eyes gleamed in the torchlight. "Knowledge. About the rebellion forming in the East. About the foreign powers planning to move against you. Information your spies haven't been able to uncover." My advisors shifted uncomfortably around me. We had indeed received troubling reports from the eastern provinces, but nothing concrete enough to act upon. "And why would you betray your allies?" I asked, circling him like a predator. "Surely they fight in your name." "They fight for themselves," he countered, using my family's banner as a convenient symbol. "I have no love for those who would use me as a puppet." Interesting. I stopped before him, bending slightly to better study his face. Up close, I could see the fine scars marking his skin, the weariness behind his defiance. "You expect me to believe you'd betray those loyal to your family? Out of what? Spite?" His smile morphed into a dangerous curve of his lips. "Let's call it pragmatism. I recognize power when I see it, Witch Queen." Something stirred within me, a feeling long dormant. Not just curiosity now, but interest. This fallen prince was unlike any man who had stood before my throne. "Take him to the Eastern Tower," I commanded finally. "Guard him well, but see he's treated as befits his station. I'll speak with him again tomorrow." As the guards led him away, he glanced back over his shoulder. that infuriating smile still playing on his lips. That night, for the first time since claiming the throne, sleep eluded me. His laughter echoed in my mind, taunting me with its fearlessness. Morning light streamed through stained glass as I entered the eastern tower. Dorian stood at the window, hands clasped behind his back, no longer in chains but still a prisoner. He turned at my approach, bowing with exaggerated courtesy. "Your Majesty honors me with a personal visit." I gestured for the guards to leave us, ignoring their concerned glances. "You claim to have information about my enemies," I said without preamble. "Speak it." "Without assurances of my safety. That would be poor negotiation on my part." I moved closer, allowing magic to crackle visibly in the air around us. "Your safety? You stand in the lair of the witch who overthrew your family, and you speak of safety?" "Yet I still breathe," he observed. "You're curious, Celine. May I call you Celine? Or do you prefer Your Majesty, or perhaps Usurper?" My hand shot out, magic wrapping around his throat, not squeezing, merely holding. A warning. "You may call me Your Majesty until I decide whether you live past sunset," I hissed. To my frustration, his eyes didn't widen with fear. Instead, they darkened with something else entirely. "As you wish," he whispered against the magical bonds. "Your Majesty." I released him, stepping back. "Tell me of this rebellion." Rubbing his throat, he moved to a small table where a map of my kingdom lay spread out. "They gather here, in the shadow of the Blackthorn Mountains, led by Lord Carew, once my father's general, now styling himself as my regent. Carew lives..." This was indeed news. The old general had been among the first to flee when my forces took the capital. "Very much so, and he's allied with Queen Alicia of Viridia." Now that gave me pause. Viridia was our nearest neighbor, a kingdom rich in resources but traditionally cautious in matters of war. Elysia has always been neutral in Lunarian affairs. "Until you took the throne," Dorian said, tracing his finger along the border between our kingdoms. "A witch queen with unprecedented power makes neighboring monarchs nervous." He wasn't wrong. Since claiming the crown, I'd received nothing but cold diplomacy from our neighbors. "How do I know you're not feeding me false information to protect your allies?" Dorian's expression hardened. "Because Carew killed my brother when he refused to be their figurehead. Because they don't fight for Lunaria's people, only for power. And because..." He hesitated, something vulnerable flickering across his features. "Because?" I prompted. "Because I've seen what happens to kingdoms torn apart by endless power struggles. The common people suffer while nobles play their games. If Lunaria must have a ruler, better one strong enough to maintain peace." His words rang with sincerity, surprising me. This was not the entitled prince I had expected. "You'd accept a witch on your family's throne? The woman who destroyed your birthright?" He met my gaze unflinchingly. "I accept reality, Your Majesty. You won the crown through strength. That's how monarchies have always changed hands, beneath all the pomp and ceremony." I circled him slowly, considering. "If what you say is true, why not join their rebellion? Why come to me?" "Because they would use me, then discard me. You, at least, have been honest in your ambitions." I laughed at that. "You find honesty in conquest?" "I find honesty in not pretending your power comes from divine right or bloodlines." His eyes followed me as I moved. "You took what you wanted and make no apologies for it. There's integrity in that, however brutal." His words stirred something in me. Recognition, perhaps. Understanding. "You'll remain here," I decided. "Under guard, but comfortable. I'll verify your information, if it proves true." "You'll what?" he challenged. Make me your pet prince? I stepped closer, my face inches from his. You said you recognize power, Dorian. How far does that recognition go? Would you serve the Witch Queen? His breath caught, and the air between us suddenly charged with more than just my magic. That depends, he murmured, on what service you require. Heat bloomed in my chest, desire and warning entwined. I stepped back, clearing my throat. We shall see. For now, you live another day. I turned to leave, but his voice stopped me at the door. Celine. I looked back, my eyebrow raised at his presumption. Thank you, he said simply. I didn't acknowledge his words, merely left him in his gilded cage. But as I descended the tower stairs, I realized my heart beat faster than it had in years. Days passed. Dorian's information proved accurate, troublingly so. My spies confirmed movement in the east, and diplomatic messages from Viridia grew increasingly cold. I visited him daily, ostensibly to extract more intelligence. Each day I told myself it was merely strategic. Each day, the lie grew thinner. On the 7th day, I found him standing at his window again, watching the sunset paint the city gold. He'd been given fresh clothing, fine but not opulent, and his hair was tied back, revealing the strong line of his jaw. Your information about Lord Carewe's movements was correct, I said, closing the door behind me. My scouts found their encampment exactly where you indicated. He turned, something like relief crossing his features. And nothing yet. I've increased patrols along the eastern border. Preparations are being made. War, then. I moved to stand beside him at the window. Perhaps. Unless I can find another solution. Such as... I glanced at him. A display of power sufficient to make them reconsider their choices. Ah, he said softly. Magic. It won me the throne. It may yet keep it. We stood in silence, watching the city below. I was acutely aware of his presence beside me, the warmth radiating from him, the subtle scent of sandalwood that clung to his skin. Why did you really come to me, Dorian? I asked finally. The truth this time. He was quiet for so long that I thought he might not answer. I spent 3 years in exile, he said eventually, hiding, running, watching from afar as various nobles attempted to use my name for their gain. I saw the kingdom I loved torn between factions, none of whom cared for its people. He turned to face me. Then I saw what you built from the ashes. And what did I build in your eyes? Order, he said simply. Harsh at times, yes, but the streets are safe. The harvests are protected. Justice is available to common and noble alike. I hadn't expected this assessment, this approval, from the son of the king I'd deposed. You're an unusual prince, I observed. A smile touched his lips. And you're an unusual queen. Something shifted between us then. A boundary crossed without either of us moving. I should go, I said, suddenly uncomfortable with the warmth spreading through me. Must you? He asked, his voice low. We've barely discussed tomorrow's council meeting. I frowned. What do you know of tomorrow's council? Nothing specifically, he admitted. But court schedules are predictable, and tomorrow marks the first day of the harvest moon. Traditionally, that's when agricultural reports would be reviewed. I stared at him, impressed despite myself. You paid attention to such details as a prince? My father insisted we understand the workings of governance, not just its privileges. A shadow crossed his face. Though I fear my brothers took less interest than I did. Without thinking, I reached out, my fingers brushing his arm in a gesture of comfort that startled us both. I pulled back quickly, but the damage was done. A current had passed between us. an acknowledgement of something neither of us had named. "Tomorrow," I said, my voice not entirely steady, "you will attend the council." His eyes widened. "As what?" "As my advisor." The word felt insufficient, but it would serve for now. "The court should grow accustomed to your presence. And if they object to a Blackwood at your table?" I smiled, allowing a hint of my power to spark at my fingertips. "They won't. Not twice." His answering smile made my heart trip in my chest. Dangerous, I thought. This feeling is dangerous. "Until tomorrow, then," he said, bowing with genuine respect rather than mockery. I nodded and left before I could change my mind, before I could act on the impulse to stay, to explore whatever this tension between us might become. In my chambers that night, I paced restlessly, torn between desire and caution. Dorian Blackwood could be playing a longer game than I perceived. His charm, his seeming acceptance of my rule, it could all be an elaborate deception. Yet when I closed my eyes, I saw not schemes and betrayal, but the vulnerability in his gaze when he spoke of his kingdom, the respect in his voice when he acknowledged my strength. "Foolish witch," I whispered to myself. "You conquered a kingdom, but cannot master your own heart." The council meeting proceeded better than I'd dared hope. The lords and ladies were initially shocked when Dorian entered at my side, but they masked their reactions quickly. They had learned the price of open defiance. I seated him to my right, a position of honor that sent whispers through the court. Throughout the agricultural reports, he remained attentive, occasionally offering insights that revealed his deep knowledge of the kingdom's lands and resources. "The southern provinces report drought," Minister Aldrich noted somberly. "They request tax relief until the rains return." Before I could respond, Dorian spoke. "The southern watershed includes the Silvermere. When I was a child, there were water wheels and irrigation systems that spread their bounty across 3 provinces. What happened to them?" The council exchanged glances. "Destroyed in the border conflicts 10 years ago," Lady Merrick finally answered. "Rebuilding was deemed too costly." "A mistake," Dorian said firmly. "Those systems would have provided resilience against the current drought." I studied him, impressed by his practical focus. "Can they be rebuilt?" "Yes," he replied. "I studied the original designs in my youth. With proper resources, we could not only restore, but improve them." "Then it shall be done," I declared. "Minister Aldrich, allocate funds for the project. Lady Merrick, you will oversee it." I turned to Dorian. "Prince Dorian will provide the necessary technical guidance." A ripple of surprise moved through the council at my use of his royal title. I had acknowledged his lineage publicly, a significant concession. As the meeting continued, I felt the council's wary acceptance of Dorian's presence evolve into genuine respect for his contributions. By the time we adjourned, several ministers were actively seeking his input. "You impressed them," I told him as we walked the corridor afterward, guards trailing at a discreet distance. "I merely offered what knowledge I have," he replied. "It's your approval that gave my words weight." "Don't underestimate yourself. They recognized your value." He stopped, turning to face me. "And what value do I have to you, Celine?" The question hung between us, laden with meaning beyond the political. In the quiet corridor, with afternoon light streaming through arched windows, I found myself unable to maintain the careful distance I'd imposed. "More than I anticipated," I admitted softly. Something kindled in his eyes. Hope, perhaps. Or triumph. Either could be dangerous. "Walk with me," I said suddenly. "There's something I wish to show you." I led him through rarely used passages until we reached a small door hidden behind a tapestry. With a wave of my hand and a whispered word, it unlocked. "Few know of this place," I explained, as we entered a circular room at the top of the eastern tower. Unlike the opulence of the palace, this space was austere but beautiful. Bookshelves lined the walls, filled with tomes both ancient and new. A telescope pointed toward the sky through an opening in the domed ceiling. Plants grew in pots and hanging baskets, some mundane, others glowing with subtle magic. "My sanctuary," I said, watching his reaction carefully. "Where I practice the arts my kind were killed for." Dorian moved through the space with reverence, touching nothing but absorbing everything. "It's beautiful," he said finally. "You're not afraid?" He looked at me then, truly looked at me. Should I be? Most would be. Magic is still feared in Lunaria, despite my efforts to change that. "Fear comes from ignorance," he replied, approaching a shelf of glowing potions. "I always found it strange how our kingdom criminalized something so fundamental to the world." I watched him, puzzled. "You speak as though you never feared magic." A shadow crossed his face. "My mother was accused of witchcraft when I was 7, not because she possessed any power, but because she questioned the king's policies too loudly." His fingers traced the spine of a book. "I watched them drag her away. My father did nothing to stop it." Understanding dawned. "That's why you don't mourn the fall of your house." "I mourn what my family could have been, not what it was." He turned to me. "When you seized the throne, many called it a tragedy. I called it justice." The admission hung between us, reshaping everything I thought I knew about him. Not a prince seeking to reclaim his birthright, but a man whose wounds paralleled my own. "Justice," I echoed. "Is that what you seek from me?" He stepped close enough that I felt the heat of him and saw the faint scar above his eyebrow. "I seek many things from you, Celine. Justice is but one of them." My breath caught. We stood on a precipice, both knowing the next step would change everything. "Tell me what else you seek," I whispered. His hand rose slowly, giving me every chance to retreat, to maintain the barrier of queen and subject. When his fingers finally touched my cheek, the contact sent sparks through me that had nothing to do with magic. "This," he breathed, and then his lips were on mine. The kiss began gently, a question playing on his lips. But when I answered by drawing him closer, it transformed into something hungry, desperate, a culmination of tension that had been building since he first laughed in my throne room. My magic responded to my emotions, swirling around us in tendrils of silver light. Rather than pulling away in fear, Dorian drew me closer, his hands tangling in my hair as the kiss deepened. When we finally broke apart, breathless, the room sparkled with energy. "I should turn you to ash for such presumption," I said, but there was no threat in my voice. He smiled against my lips. "But you won't." "No," I admitted. "I won't." Later, as twilight descended, we sat together by the window of my sanctuary, his arm around me, my head resting against his shoulder. The vulnerability of the position should have terrified me. Instead, I found peace in it. "What happens now?" he asked, his fingers tracing patterns on my arm. I looked up at him, at the face that had somehow become precious to me in so short a time. "Now we prepare. The threat from the east won't vanish because we wish it to." "We," he repeated, testing the word. "So I am truly your advisor now." I touched his face, letting my fingers trace the line of his jaw. "You are more than that, Dorian Blackwood. Though what exactly? I'm not certain yet." He captured my hand, pressing a kiss to my palm. "I can be patient, Witch Queen. I've waited this long to find you." The weeks that followed passed in a blur of council meetings, defensive preparations, and stolen moments in my sanctuary. Dorian moved from the eastern tower to chambers closer to mine, raising eyebrows throughout the court, but generating fewer whispers than I'd expected. Perhaps they saw what I was only beginning to admit to myself, that he balanced me and tempered my harsher instincts with his compassion, while supporting my strength without fear. But as our relationship deepened, so too did the threat from beyond our borders. Reports arrived daily of troops gathering, not just rebels now, but Viridian forces as well. Queen Alicia has officially denounced your rule, Minister Aldrich announced grimly in council. She claims your use of magic violates ancient treaties and threatens the safety of all neighboring kingdoms. Convenient, Dorian observed, that she only discovers this concern now when Lord Carew offers her a share of our eastern provinces in exchange for her support. I drummed my fingers on the table. How many forces does she commit? 5,000 troops, Captain Thorne replied. Combined with Carew's rebels, they outnumber our standing army 2-1. The council chamber fell silent, the gravity of our situation settling heavily upon us all. Then we must not meet them conventionally, I said finally. Lady Merrick leaned forward. You mean to use magic in warfare, Your Majesty? The kind not seen since the dark days? I met her gaze steadily. I mean to protect what I have built, by whatever means necessary. The cost would be high, Dorian said quietly beside me. Not just in lives, but in how the kingdom, how history, will remember your reign. I turned to him, surprised by his caution. Would you have me surrender the throne? Return to the days when those with magic were hunted? Never, he replied firmly. But there may be another way. He stood, moving to the map spread across the council table. What if we divided their forces, made them fight on 2 fronts? As he outlined his strategy, I watched him with growing admiration. His plan was bold but sound, using our knowledge of the terrain to separate Carew's rebels from their Viridian allies, then dealing with each separately through a combination of conventional tactics and targeted magical interventions. This could work, Captain Thorne admitted grudgingly, though it would require perfect timing. And it would spare many lives on both sides, Dorian added, his eyes finding mine. I nodded slowly. Prepare the army according to Prince Dorian's plan. We move in 3 days. As the council dispersed, I held Dorian back with a light touch on his arm. When we were alone, I faced him directly. You surprised me today, I said. I expected you to support a more definitive approach. He took my hands in his. I will always support your right to rule, Selene. But I've seen enough bloodshed to last several lifetimes. If we can achieve victory without massacre, isn't that preferable? Looking into his earnest face, I felt a surge of emotion so powerful it nearly overwhelmed me. This man, who had every reason to hate me, instead stood by my side, fighting not just for me, but for the well-being of the kingdom we both loved. When did a Blackwood become the voice of mercy in my court? I asked softly. Perhaps around the same time a witch became its greatest protector. He countered with a gentle smile. I reached up to touch his face, marveling at how completely he had transformed from prisoner to... what? Advisor? Lover? Something more? Stay with me tonight, I whispered. His eyes darkened. Are you certain? The court already whispers. Let them whisper, I interrupted. I've never cowered from their judgment before. I won't start now. That night, in the privacy of my chambers, Dorian and I finally surrendered completely to the desire that had simmered between us for weeks. His touch was reverent, discovering the woman beneath the queen, the witch beneath the crown. And in his arms, I found something I'd never expected to find on the throne I'd taken through blood and fire. Acceptance. Belonging. Afterward, as moonlight bathed our entwined forms, I traced the scars that marked his body, testaments to his years in exile. "If I could go back," I murmured, "I would ensure you were never hurt." He caught my hand, bringing it to his lips. "If you change the past, we might never have found one another. Some scars are worth bearing for the path they lead us down." I rested my head on his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. "When this conflict is over, what then?" "What do you mean?" I hesitated, voicing the fear that had grown alongside my feelings for him. "Will you stay? Once your name is cleared, once your right to walk freely in Lunaria is restored, will you still choose to stand beside a witch queen?" Dorian shifted, tilting my face up to meet his gaze. "Celine," he said, my name like a prayer on his lips. "I would choose you in any life, under any circumstances, not because you're a queen, not despite your being a witch, but because you are exactly who you are." I kissed him then, pouring everything I couldn't yet say into the gesture. Later, as he slept beside me, I watched the rise and fall of his chest and made a silent vow. I would protect this man, this kingdom, this fragile happiness I had found, no matter the cost. Dawn broke on the day of battle with an ominous red sky. I stood on the palace balcony, watching as our forces marched eastward according to Dorian's plan. He would ride with them, a decision I'd fought against but eventually accepted. The troops needed to see a Blackwood fighting for the crown, not against it. "You should be with the rear guard," I told him as he prepared to depart, adjusting the straps of his armor. "Coordinating, not fighting on the front lines." He smiled, recognizing my words for what they were. Fear masked as a strategy. "My place is where I can do the most good," he said gently. "Just as yours is here, preparing your magical defenses." I frowned, brushing imaginary dust from his shoulder. "If anything happens to you—" "It won't," he interrupted, catching my hand and bringing it to his lips. "I have too much to return to." We parted with a kiss that held too much of a goodbye for my comfort. As I watched him ride away, leading a column of troops beneath my banner, a strange foreboding settled over me. Something about this day felt wrong, though I couldn't place what. Hours passed as I prepared in my sanctuary, gathering magical energies for the complex spells that would support our forces. According to our plan, I would remain in the palace, using scrying mirrors to monitor the battle and channel magic where needed. Not the brute force I'd use to claim the throne, but precise interventions to support Dorian's tactical plan. By midday, the first reports arrived. Our army had successfully split the enemy forces, drawing the Viridians into the northwestern valley, while engaging Caru's rebels in the foothills. Everything proceeded according to plan. Too easily, perhaps. My suspicion grew as I watched through the scrying mirror. The Viridian forces seemed to offer less resistance than expected, almost as if... "It's a trap," I breathed, suddenly understanding. They wanted us to split our forces. No sooner had I spoken than the mirror showed a new development. A third army emerging from the forest to the south, cutting off our troops from retreat. I recognized their banners with a chill. Mercenaries from the Western Isles, notorious for their brutal efficiency and complete lack of honor. I searched desperately through the mirror's images for Dorian, finally locating him in the thick of battle against Caru's forces. He fought brilliantly, his sword flashing in the sunlight as he led a charge against the rebel line. But he couldn't see the new threat approaching from behind. Without hesitation, I gathered my power, prepared to transport myself to the battlefield. A dangerous spell that would leave me vulnerable, but the only way to warn our forces in time. As the transportation spell formed around me, a messenger burst into my sanctuary. "Your Majesty, urgent news." I paused, the magic flickering around me. "Speak quickly." "A Viridian envoy has arrived under a flag of truce. He bears a message from Queen Elysia herself." "Now," I hissed, "in the midst of battle. He says they will withdraw all forces immediately upon one condition." Something cold settled in my stomach. What condition? The messenger swallowed hard. "The execution of Prince Dorian Blackwood, whom they claim has committed treason against both crowns." The magic around me dissipated as shock replaced urgency. Treason? What nonsense is this? "The envoy carries documents, Your Majesty. Letters bearing Prince Dorian's seal, detailing plans to overthrow both you and Queen Elysia, restoring his family's rule through a new alliance." "Impossible," I whispered. "I would have known." But would I? Had I been so blinded by feeling that I'd missed signs of betrayal? No, I refused to believe it. Not after all we'd shared, all we'd built together. "Bring me this envoy," I commanded. "I will hear these accusations directly." The Viridian diplomat was a sleek, silver-haired man whose calm demeanor belied the chaos his arrival had caused. He bowed with practiced grace as he entered my throne room. "Queen Selene," he greeted me. "I regret the circumstances of our meeting." "Show me these so-called letters," I demanded without preamble. He produced a leather folio, from which he extracted several documents bearing what did indeed appear to be Dorian's seal. I scanned them quickly, my horror growing with each line. Detailed plans for using both my forces and Viridia's to weaken each other, creating an opening for a Blackwood restoration. "These are forgeries," I declared, though doubt gnawed at me. The handwriting was remarkably similar to Dorian's, the details of our defenses too accurate to be mere guesswork. "I understand your reluctance to believe, Your Majesty," the envoy said smoothly. "But consider, why would a Blackwood prince truly serve the witch who deposed his family? He has been playing a longer game, one that ends with your downfall." I turned away, struggling to maintain my composure. Through the windows, I could see the distant smoke of battle. Every moment I delayed here, our forces, Dorian included, faced that unexpected Third Army. "Queen Elysia offers peace," the envoy continued. "Immediate withdrawal of all her forces, an end to all hostilities, recognition of your rule. All she asks is justice for the man who betrayed both sovereigns." "And if I refuse?" His smile thinned. "Then the mercenaries from the Western Isles will complete their contract. I believe they are engaging your eastern flank as we speak." I closed my eyes, thinking rapidly. If I refused and transported myself to the battlefield as planned, I might save our forces. But at what cost to the kingdom? A prolonged war against 3 enemies would devastate Lunaria, leaving countless dead even if we eventually prevailed. If I accepted, "I need proof beyond these papers," I said finally. "Evidence that cannot be forged." The envoy nodded as if he'd anticipated this. "We thought you might say that." He snapped his fingers, and a guard entered bearing a small chest. Prince Dorian maintained a secret cache of documents in an abandoned watchtower near the border, the envoy explained as the chest was placed before me. "One he visited regularly during his diplomatic missions for your crown." I frowned. Dorian had indeed undertaken several border inspections at my request. The chest bore his family crest, not a forgery, but an heirloom. With a whispered word, I checked for magical traps, then opened it. Inside lay more documents, maps of palace defenses, schedules of guard rotations, detailed notes on my magical abilities and their limitations. All in Dorian's unmistakable hand. Most damning of all was a small portrait, Dorian standing beside Queen Elysia, both smiling, their hands clasped in what appeared to be an alliance. When was this painted? I demanded, my voice hardly more than a whisper. 3 weeks ago, the envoy replied, during his last inspection of the eastern provinces. 3 weeks ago, when Dorian had claimed to be surveying our defenses, when he had returned to my bed with stories of troop movements and fortifications. Pain lanced through me, sharper than any blade. Had it all been lies? The tenderness in his touch, the vulnerability in his eyes when he spoke of his past, the passion in his kiss. Was it all merely the performance of a master manipulator? I thought of his laughter that first day in my throne room. Not fear, not respect, but amusement. The confidence of a man already certain of his victory. Your Majesty, Captain Thorne interrupted my thoughts, entering with a bow. The situation on the battlefield grows dire. We must have your decision. I looked back to the scrying mirror, where I could see our forces now struggling against enemies on multiple fronts. Dorian fought valiantly, rallying troops around him, playing his part to the very end, or fighting genuinely for the kingdom, for me, as he had claimed. Love me, and you will rule beside me. Betray me, and you will burn. I had spoken those words to him in the privacy of my chambers, a half-serious warning delivered between kisses. Now they echoed in my mind like a prophecy. The choice before me was impossible. Trust Dorian despite the evidence and risk my kingdom, or sacrifice him to save everything I'd built. Your Majesty, Captain Thorne prompted, we await your command. I straightened, my decision crystallizing with painful clarity. Tell the Viridian envoy I accept his terms, I said, my voice hollow. On the condition that Queen Elysia's forces withdraw immediately. The mercenaries must also stand down before... I swallowed hard. Before justice is delivered. Captain Thorne's eyes widened slightly. He had seen Dorian and me together and understood what this decision must cost me. But he bowed without comment. As preparations were made, I retreated to my sanctuary, unable to bear the sympathetic glances of my court. Through the scrying mirror, I watched as messengers rode to the battlefield, bearing white flags. Gradually, impossibly, the fighting ceased. I couldn't watch when they took Dorian. I turned away from the mirror, my fingers gripping the windowsill until my knuckles whitened. Behind me, the door opened softly. It's done, Your Majesty, Lady Merrick said quietly. Prince Dorian has been taken into custody. He asks to see you. I closed my eyes. Where is he? In the Eastern Tower, where you first confined him. How fitting. A circle was completed. I found him standing at the same window where I'd first truly spoken with him, though now heavy chains bound his wrists. He turned at my entrance, his face calm despite the guards flanking him. Leave us, I commanded. The guards hesitated, but a flicker of magic at my fingertips sent them retreating, closing the door behind them. For a long moment, we simply looked at one another. Is it true? I finally asked, my voice scarcely audible. Dorian's eyes never left mine. Which part? Any of it. All of it. I gestured helplessly. The letters, the meetings with Elysia, the plans to use me. No, he said firmly. None of it is true. I wanted desperately to believe him. They have documents, Dorian, in your hand, bearing your seal, maps of our defenses, notes on my magical weaknesses, a portrait of you with Elysia. Forgeries? He insisted. Skillful ones, but forgeries nonetheless. He moved toward me, chains clinking with each step. Celine, look at me. You know me. Would I betray you? After everything? I studied his face, the face that had become more precious to me than my crown, than my power, than perhaps my own life. No deception showed in those twilight eyes, only pain and pleading. The portrait. I've never met Queen Alicia, he interrupted. Never. Such an image could only be created through magic or exceptional artistic skill. Magic. Of course. The realization struck me like lightning. A composite, I breathed, created by someone with sufficient knowledge of both your appearances. Hope flickered across his features. Yes, exactly. My mind raced. But why? Why this elaborate deception to frame you specifically? Because I'm your weakness, he said softly. They couldn't defeat you militarily, couldn't match your magic, but they found the one way to make you defeat yourself. The truth of his words resonated with me. I had been manipulated, not by Dorian, but by our enemies. The envoy, I realized. He arrived precisely when our forces were most vulnerable, when I'd be forced to make an impossible choice with incomplete information. I moved closer to him, my hands rising to cup his face. I almost sacrificed you. But you haven't yet, he whispered, and now you know the truth. I pressed my forehead to his. I'm sorry I doubted you, even for a moment. I would have doubted too, he admitted. The evidence was designed to be overwhelming. The immediacy of our situation crashed back upon me. The envoy expects me to execute you. The peace treaty depends on it. A grim smile touched his lips. Then it seems we need a better plan. As twilight fell, the palace courtyard filled with solemn witnesses. A platform had been erected, black-draped and ominous. The Viridian envoy stood at its edge, his silver hair gleaming in the torchlight. I ascended the steps slowly, my morning gown sweeping behind me. The crowd fell silent as I took my place. Bring forth the prisoner, I commanded, my voice carrying across the courtyard. Guards led Dorian forward, still in chains. His head was held high, his gaze locked with mine as he climbed the steps to stand before me. Dorian Blackwood, I began, the formal words bitter on my tongue. You have been found guilty of treason against the crown of Lunaria. A murmur ran through the crowd. Many had seen Dorian at my side these past weeks, and had begun to accept, even embrace, his presence in court. The punishment for such treason is death, I continued. Do you have any final words? Dorian's eyes never left mine. Only that I have loved Lunaria, and its queen, with every breath I've drawn. I die loyal to both. The raw emotion in his voice was unmistakable. Around us, I sensed the crowd's uncertainty, their growing discomfort with the proceedings. I turned to the Viridian envoy. Your queen's terms have been met. The prisoner is prepared for execution. The envoy nodded, satisfied. Queen Alicia will honor her promise. Our forces have already withdrawn. Good, I said, turning back to Dorian. Then we may proceed. I stepped closer to him, raising my hands. Magic gathered around my fingertips, not the gentle silver light Dorian had grown accustomed to, but crackling red energy that spoke of death and destruction. For the crime of treason, I declared, I, Selene, Queen of Lunaria, sentence you. The courtyard held its breath. To witness the price of those who truly betrayed this kingdom. Before the envoy could react, I spun, directing my gathered power not at Dorian, but at the chest of evidence, placed prominently on the platform. The magic struck like lightning, illuminating the complex enchantments woven into the documents inside. Enchantments designed to create perfect forgeries, to plant false memories, to deceive even the most careful eye. Behold, I cried as the chest's contents burned with fire, revealing the spells hidden within. The true treason, an attempt to manipulate your queen into executing an innocent man through magical deception. The crowd gasped, The envoy lunged forward, but found himself frozen in place by a flick of my wrist. "Search him," I commanded the guards. They found what our hasty investigation had led us to expect: a witch's charm hidden in his robes, reeking of forbidden magic. Not my magic, but the darker arts practiced in secret by those who publicly denounced all enchantment. "Hypocrisy," I announced, holding up the charm for all to see. "Queen Elysia condemns me as a witch while employing forbidden magic herself. She sought not justice but Lunaria's downfall, using Prince Dorian as a pawn in her game." I gestured, and Dorian's chains fell away. "Prince Dorian Blackwood is innocent of all charges. Moreover, he has proven himself Lunaria's most loyal defender, risking his life in battle while others plotted from the shadows." The crowd's mood shifted, confusion giving way to anger, not at Dorian or myself, but at the deception practiced upon them. "Return to your queen," I told the envoy as I released him from my magical hold. "Tell her that Lunaria is not fooled by her schemes. Tell her that we stand united, the Witch Queen and the Blackwood Prince. And should she move against us again, she will face the full force of our combined strength." As the envoy was led away, the crowd erupted in cheers. Dorian turned to me, his eyes shining with more than just the reflected torchlight. "That wasn't precisely the plan we discussed," he murmured, a smile tugging at his lips. I took his hand openly before our people. I improvised. Later, as we stood on the balcony overlooking the celebrating city, Dorian drew me into his arms. "You could have trusted the plan," he said softly. "The sleeping draft, the secret escape, the puppet funeral. It would have worked." I nestled against him, breathing in his familiar scent. "It would have meant giving you up, at least in the eyes of the kingdom. I found I couldn't bear that, not even as a ruse." His arms tightened around me. "So instead you risked everything on a public revelation." "I risked everything the moment I fell in love with you," I admitted, the words I had kept guarded finally spilling forth. "Today, I merely acknowledged what I've known for weeks." He pulled back slightly, surprise and joy illuminating his features. "Say it again." I smiled, raising my hand to trace the line of his jaw. "I love you, Dorian Blackwood. Against all reason, against all caution." His answering smile was radiant. "And I love you, Celine. My witch, my queen, my heart." When he kissed me, magic sparked around us unbidden, visible to the crowds below, who cheered even louder at this display. Let them see, I thought. Let them know that their queen had found not just power, but love. Spring came to Lunaria with unusual beauty that year. The fields bloomed earlier, the rains fell gentler, and the sun shone warmer, whether from natural fortune or the happiness of a witch queen whose magic flowed through the land, none could say for certain. In the throne room, I received petitioners with Dorian at my side, no longer as an advisor but as an equal, his circle of office matching the crown upon my brow. The court had adapted quickly to our shared rule, finding that the balance we provided served the kingdom well. "The last petition, your majesties," the herald announced as an elderly woman approached the throne. She bowed creakily, then looked up with keen eyes. "I come not with a request, but with a gift," she said, her voice stronger than her appearance suggested. "For your upcoming nuptials." I felt Dorian's hand tighten on mine. Our wedding, scheduled for the summer solstice, had become the kingdom's most anticipated celebration. "You honor us," Dorian replied warmly, "though no gifts are necessary." The woman smiled, revealing she was perhaps not as old as she first appeared. "This one is." From her sleeve, she withdrew a small crystalline vial. A rare potion brewed only once a century when the celestial alignment permits. I leaned forward, my magical senses tingling. What does it do? It binds souls, she said simply. Not in the way of common marriage, but deeper. What one feels, the other senses. What one suffers, the other shares. What one celebrates, the other enjoys. Her eyes twinkled. It is a great risk and a greater blessing. Murmurs spread through the court. Such magic was ancient, powerful, and dangerous in the wrong hands. Why offer this to us? I asked cautiously. The woman's gaze softened. Because Lunaria has suffered the divide between magic and mundane for too long. Your union heals an ancient wound. This potion ensures it can never be torn open again. I exchanged glances with Dorian, reading the question in his eyes. After all, we had endured, after the trust we had built. Was this final magic necessary? We will consider your gift with the gravity it deserves, Dorian told the woman diplomatically. She bowed again and retreated, leaving the vial on the steps before the throne. That night, in the privacy of our chambers, Dorian held the vial up to the moonlight, studying the iridescent liquid within. What do your magical senses tell you? He asked. I brushed my fingers over the crystal, feeling the power pulsing within. It's genuine. Ancient magic, powerful beyond anything I could create myself. I met his gaze. And potentially dangerous. If one of us were injured, the other would feel it, he finished. If one died, the other would never be whole again, I whispered. He set the vial down carefully. A literal interpretation of your vow. Love me and rule beside me, betray me and we both burn. I smiled faintly at the reminder. A vow made in a very different time. But still true, he said, taking my hands in his. Whatever you decide about this potion, know that I already consider myself bound to you in every way that matters. I studied his beloved face, thinking of all we had overcome. The fallen prince and the witch queen, unlikely allies, more unlikely lovers, now poised to reshape a kingdom together. We don't need magic to bind us, I said finally. We forged our bond through trials greater than any spell could create. Relief softened his features. So we decline the gift? I picked up the vial, feeling its weight, symbolic and literal. We accept the sentiment behind it, but rely on what we've built ourselves. I set it aside. After all, the greatest magic I've ever known isn't in potions or spells. Oh, he inquired, pulling me close. And what might that be? I smiled up at him, the witch queen who had conquered a kingdom only to surrender her heart. This, I whispered, rising on tiptoes to kiss him. Just this. As our lips met, silver light swirled around us, magic responding not to incantation or ritual, but simply to love, the most ancient and powerful force of all. In the years that followed, Lunaria would flourish under our joint rule. Magic would gradually return to the kingdom, not as something feared, but as a natural part of life. The Witch Queen and her prince consort would become legends, not for conquest or power, but for the love that had healed a divided realm. And sometimes, on nights when the moon hung full and the sky speckled with silver, I would stand on our balcony with Dorian's arms around me and think of how differently things might have ended, how close we had come to tragedy, how narrowly we had averted it. "What are you thinking?" he would ask, his voice soft against my hair. And I would turn in his embrace, my witch's power glowing gently around us. "That some choices are worth burning for," I would reply. "But I'm glad we found another way." Salt crystals crunched beneath my bare feet as I traced familiar paths along the shoreline. The setting sun painted the clouds in shades of coral and gold, their colors reflecting in tide pools like scattered jewels. I inhaled deeply, letting the briny air fill my lungs, a mixture of seaweed, salt spray, and that indefinable essence that made every beach unique. My collection bag already held a dozen shells, each one singing its distinct melody. A spiraling periwinkle hummed like distant wind chimes. A fan-shaped scallop whispered a lullaby. But I kept searching, drawn by an inexplicable feeling that something waited for me in the gathering dusk. The massive conch shell lay half buried in wet sand, its surface gleaming with impossible colors. Swirls of midnight blue merged with threads of gold that moved in the fading light. My fingers trembled as I lifted it. The shell was warm despite the cool evening air, its weight settling in my palms like it belonged there. When I held it to my ear, the usual soft hum of shells transformed into something else entirely. A deep, rich voice poured over thunder and spoke my name. Irene. The sound resonated through my chest, making my heart stutter. My knees weakened, and I sank into the damp sand. The incoming tide lapped at my feet, surprisingly warm for early summer. You can hear me. The voice held centuries of longing. After so long, someone finally hears. Who? My throat felt dry. I swallowed hard. Who are you? I am Orin, guardian of the ocean's magic. His voice carried the weight of waves and the lightness of sea foam. And you, Irene, can hear the true songs. The shell pulsed with gentle warmth against my skin. How do you know my name? I know the bloodline of all shell singers. Your grandmother was one. Perhaps the last, until you. Memory washed over me like a wave, Gran's weathered hands guiding mine to hold a tiny spiral shell, her smile when I gasped at hearing my first song, the scent of her gardenia perfume mixed with salt air. Her final words before she passed were, "Trust what the ocean tells you, little pearl." Gran never told me what it meant, I whispered. Why I could hear them when no one else could. She protected you until you were ready. Orin's voice softened. The gift of shell singing brings both wonder and responsibility. Those who fear magic would seek to destroy it, as they sought to destroy me. A gust of wind carried the sharp scent of approaching rain. Dark clouds gathered on the horizon, though stars still glittered overhead. The waves grew more insistent, reaching for the shell in my hands. What happened to you? Centuries ago, I guarded the balance between land and sea. But humans grew fearful of ocean magic. They worked a binding spell, trapping me in this shell. His voice darkened like storm-tossed water. But they didn't understand. My imprisonment left the seas unprotected. Now something stirs in the deep, something that should have remained sleeping. Thunder rolled in the distance. The water around my feet receded unnaturally, pulling back as if recoiling from an unseen threat. What's awakening? An ancient one, a creature of chaos bound by the same spell that holds me. The magic weakens, Irene. When it breaks, and it will break soon, both I and the creature will be freed. Without a guardian's strength to contain it, the beast will return the oceans to their primordial state. Nothing will survive its hunger. I clutched the shell tighter, its warmth spreading up my arms. Why tell me this? Because you can hear me. Because your blood carries the old magic. You're the only one who can break the spell safely. Release me without unleashing the chaos. His voice caressed my mind like gentle waves. I've waited centuries for someone like you. The tide rushed back in, swirling around my legs with unusual force. The water felt different, heavier, more purposeful. Something vast moved beneath the surface, too far out to see clearly. I need to understand everything, I said. Tell me about the binding, about Gran. about what's out there. Tell me how to help." As the storm approached, Oren's story poured forth. He spoke of an age when magic flowed freely between the worlds, when guardians kept the balance between primal forces. He told me of my grandmother's role as keeper of ancient knowledge, and how she had known this day would come. "Your grandmother found me when she was just a girl," he said, his voice swelling with memory. "She kept me safe until she could pass the knowledge to you. She saw something in you from the moment you were born, a connection to the sea that ran deeper than blood. I remembered Gran's cottage by the shore, how she'd taught me to listen to shells while other grandmothers taught their grandchildren to bake cookies. How she'd walked with me at the ocean's edge every night, whispering stories of merfolk and guardians and magic hidden beneath the waves. She never spoke about my parents," I said softly, "only that they were gone." A pause hung between us, heavy with unspoken truths. "Your mother was her daughter," Oren finally replied. "Your father came from the sea." My heart lurched. "What are you saying?" "Not all guardians take human form, Irene. Your father was of my kind, a protector of the depths who fell in love with a human woman. Their union was rare, precious, and forbidden." The shell warmed against my palm, almost too hot to hold. "Is that why I can hear you? Because I'm half human, half guardian," he finished. "A bridge between worlds. The only one who might heal the divide." The wind whipped my hair around my face as I struggled to process this revelation. The storm clouds drew closer, lightning flashing within their dark hearts. "The binding spell," I managed, forcing my thoughts back to the immediate threat. "How do we break it for you but keep the other contained?" The spell was woven with sacrifice and sealed with blood. Breaking it requires more than just power. It needs understanding, acceptance, and a connection between souls. "What kind of connection?" I asked, though something in my heart already knew. "The deepest kind." His voice held a warmth that seemed to chase away the growing chill. "One that forms when two spirits recognize one another across time itself." I rose from the sand, clutching the shell to my chest. "I should go before the storm hits. I'll come back tomorrow. Irene." My name in his voice sent shivers down my spine. "Be careful. The ocean grows restless. Thalasso's senses change coming, and it will fight to break free." That night, I dreamed of diving through endless blue depths. In my dreams, a man swam beside me, tall and powerful, with skin like polished pearl and hair the deep blue-green of ocean depths. His eyes, when they met mine, held the same warmth I'd heard in Oren's voice. He took my hand, our fingers intertwining as we spiraled through coral gardens that glowed with their own light. Fish with scales like jewels darted around us. In this realm between waking and sleeping, words flowed without speaking. "I've waited so long for you." His thoughts brushed against mine, intimate as a caress. I felt his loneliness, centuries of isolation, and the growing hope that had ignited when I first heard his voice. "How did you know it would be me?" I asked without words. "The ocean remembers what the mind forgets. We've met before, Irene. In another time, another life." He pulled me closer, our bodies floating weightlessly in the current. His hand cupped my cheek, his thumb tracing my lower lip. The intensity of his gaze stole my breath. When two souls are meant to find each other, even time bends to make it possible. I woke with the taste of salt on my lips and tears on my cheeks, my body humming with a longing I couldn't name. The shell on my nightstand glowed softly in the pre-dawn darkness, pulsing like a heartbeat. Over the next 7 days, I returned to the beach at every possible moment. Oren taught me the old words of power, the songs that could unravel spells. But more than that, we talked. He told me of swimming through coral gardens that glowed with their own light, of conversations with whale pods that spanned decades, of watching civilizations rise and fall from his ocean home. I shared my own stories, the loneliness of being different, the joy of finding shells that sang just for me, the dreams of something more that had always pulled me toward the sea. With each conversation, the connection between us deepened. I began to sense his emotions, to feel echoes of his presence even away from the shell. Every night, I dreamed of him. In these dreams, we explored underwater kingdoms and danced in moonlit waters. His touch grew bolder, his kisses more urgent. I woke each morning with my body aching for completion, for a lover who existed only in my dreams, and a shell clutched in my hand. On the 5th day, I arrived at our usual meeting spot to find the sea churning beneath a clear sky, waves crashing against the shore with unusual force. "Oren," I called, clutching the shell close. "What's happening?" His voice came strained, distant. "Thalassos fights against its bonds. The binding weakens faster than I feared." Lightning crackled across the water's surface, though no storm clouds gathered. In that flash, I glimpsed something massive moving beyond the breakers, a darkness deeper than the water itself. "Tell me more about it," I said, sinking onto the sand. "What exactly are we facing?" "Thalassos is as old as the oceans themselves, a being of pure chaos that remembers when the seas were acid and fire when nothing lived but itself." His voice held ancient grief. "It desires only to return to that state of primal dominance. And you? What do you desire?" The question slipped out before I could stop it. A pause hung between us, filled with the crash of waves and the cry of gulls. "Freedom," he finally answered. "And you." Heat flooded my cheeks. "You don't even know me." "I know your soul, Irene. I've known it across lifetimes." His voice caressed my mind. "I know how your heart beats faster when I say your name. I know the dreams you've been having." "You send those dreams?" "I share them. What we experience in that space between worlds is real, a meeting of spirits while your body sleeps." I traced the spiral pattern of the shell with my fingertip, remembering the feel of his hands on my skin, his lips against mine. "So, you know how I feel. Tell me anyway." His voice dropped to a whisper. "I need to hear the words." "I think I've loved you since before I knew you existed," I admitted. "I just didn't understand the emptiness until you filled it." The shell warmed against my palm, pulsing with a rhythm that matched my heartbeat. "My brave shell singer," he murmured. "I think I've loved you since the first moment you heard my voice." As our bond grew stronger, so did the signs of approaching chaos. The waves grew erratic, following patterns that didn't match the moon's pull. Seabirds fled the coast in massive flocks. Fish washed ashore with strange marks on their scales, their eyes clouded with terror. On the 7th day, a dead whale appeared on the beach. Its massive body bore wounds like nothing I'd ever seen. Not from propellers or sharks, but jagged rips that seemed made by teeth larger than anything known to science. The authorities cordoned off the area, baffled experts shaking their heads as they took samples. I slipped past the barriers at twilight, drawn to the creature. Up close, the wounds emanated a faint, sickly glow. When I touched the edge of one laceration, visions flashed through my mind. Darkness, ancient hunger, a malevolence that predated consciousness itself. Thalassos killed it, Oren confirmed when I returned to our spot down the beach, the shell glowing faintly in my hands. "It's testing its strength. The binding won't hold much longer." "The ritual to break your part of the spell," I said urgently. "We need to do it now." It must be performed at midnight during the new moon, when the veil between worlds grows thinnest. His voice tightened with concern. That's tomorrow night, Irene. But I fear Thalassos won't wait that long. I looked out at the unnaturally still water. The usual rhythm of the waves had ceased, leaving the ocean's surface flat and glassy despite the evening breeze. What do we do until then? Tonight, we complete the connection between us. Only the strongest bond will give us the power we need. In my dreams? Yes, but deeper than before. I need to teach you the final words of power, knowledge that can only be shared through the most intimate communion. That night, I prepared carefully. I bathed in seawater collected at sunset, scented with the herbs Gran had taught me to use. Lavender for protection, rose for love, rosemary for memory. I dressed in a simple white nightgown, leaving my feet bare to maintain contact with the earth. The shell lay on a cushion of blue silk beside my bed. When midnight struck, I placed the shell over my heart and closed my eyes, whispering the words Oren had taught me. Sleep came quickly, pulling me down into depths more profound than ordinary dreams. I opened my eyes to find myself on a beach unlike any I'd seen before. The sand glittered with tiny flecks of gold, and the water before me shone with an inner light. Stars scattered across the sky in unfamiliar patterns, brighter and more numerous than possible in my world. Oren stood at the water's edge, his back to me. No longer confined to a voice in a shell, he appeared as I'd seen him in my dreams. Tall and powerful, his body both human and somehow more. When he turned, his eyes glowed with the same blue-green light that illuminated the water. Irene. My name on his lips sent ripples of energy across my skin. You came. Did you doubt I would? He crossed the distance between us in long strides. Never. Not since you first heard my voice. When he took my hands, energy sparked between our palms. His skin felt warm, solid, more real than any dream. Where are we? The in-between, not my realm or yours, but a place where we can meet as equals. He lifted one hand to my cheek. Here, I can show you everything you need to know. His lips met mine with a gentle pressure that quickly deepened into hunger. As we kissed, images flowed from his mind to mine. Ancient words of power, the structure of the binding spell, the precise gestures needed to unravel it. But beneath the knowledge ran a current of emotion so intense it brought tears to my eyes. Centuries of loneliness, the joy of finding me, a desire that burned like the sun. We sank to the star-flecked sand, our bodies entwining as naturally as waves meeting the shore. Every touch, every kiss felt magnified, as if our very souls connected through our skin. His hands traced my body with reverence, learning every curve and hollow. When he whispered words against my skin in a language older than humanity, they left trails of light in their wake. Our joining transcended physical pleasure. As our bodies moved in perfect harmony, our minds and spirits merged until I couldn't tell where I ended, and he began. I felt his ancient power flowing through me, mingling with my own untapped magic. Together, we formed something greater than either of us alone, a perfect balance of earth and sea, human and guardian, love and power. At the moment of culmination, the world around us exploded into light. Every star in the sky seemed to pour its brilliance into us, filling us with power that would have been unbearable alone, but felt like completion together. As our breathing slowed, Oren gathered me against his chest. His heartbeat echoed the rhythm of waves against the shore. Now you know everything, he murmured against my hair. The ritual tomorrow night, I said, tracing patterns on his chest. Will it work? He caught my hand, bringing it to his lips. It's never been attempted this way before. The original binding required the sacrifice of several guardians, their life force used to create chains that would hold both me and Thalassos. But we're trying to free only you. Yes, using love rather than sacrifice, connection rather than control. His eyes darkened with worry. But Thalassos will fight the moment it senses the binding weakening. I won't have my full strength immediately, and you'll be vulnerable. I lifted myself onto one elbow, looking down into his troubled face. You fear for me. With every fiber of my being. He tucked a strand of hair behind my ear. If anything happened to you. Nothing will happen, I promised, sealing the words with a kiss. We'll face this together. When I woke the next morning, the shell lay warm against my heart, pulsing with newly familiar energy. I spent the day preparing, gathering the items Oren had instructed me to bring. A vial of my blood, spring water collected at dawn, elements that represented the balance we sought to restore. As sunset approached, signs of Thalassos' growing influence became impossible to ignore. The tide retreated unnaturally far, exposing parts of the seabed rarely seen by human eyes. Fish flopped desperately on the suddenly dry ocean floor. The air grew heavy with ozone and the metallic taste of ancient magic. Officials issued warnings to stay away from the beach, citing unusual tidal activity and unexplained electrical storms. But I slipped past their barriers as darkness fell, carrying my supplies in a woven bag Gran had given me for my 16th birthday. The moon hid its face as planned, leaving only stars to illuminate my path. I waded into the unnaturally calm water at our usual meeting spot. The shell clutched against my heart. Oren, I called softly. I'm here. His voice, when it came, held urgent tenderness. The spell weakens faster than I expected. Thalassos stirs. A tremor ran through the water. When the binding breaks, I'll need moments to regain physical form. Thalassos will wake immediately. You'll have to... Something cut him off. A vibration that shuddered through the water and air alike. Out beyond the breakers, the ocean's surface bulged upward, as if something massive pushed from below. It's happening already. Fear threaded Oren's voice. The binding fails. Quickly, Irene. I began to sing the words he'd taught me, my voice carrying across the unnaturally still water. The shell blazed hot against my skin, light pulsing from within it in time with my heartbeat. Power flowed through me, ancient magic recognizing ancient blood. The ocean roared back toward shore with unnatural speed. I braced against its pull, continuing the song even as water swirled around my waist. The shell grew brighter, its surface becoming liquid starlight under my fingers. A sound like breaking worlds split the night. The shell dissolved into pure light, flowing like molten gold over my hands and into the waves. Brightness flared, blinding. Then darkness crashed back as something erupted from the deep. Thalassos rose like a mountain of nightmare, its body a writhing mass of scales and teeth, and too many eyes. Each eye was larger than a house, filled with malice older than life itself. Its roar shook the earth, and I felt its ancient hatred focus on me with crushing weight. Irene. The voice came from beside me now, accompanied by a warm hand clasping mine. Don't look at it. Look at me. I turned. Oren stood in the waves, his form coalescing from sea spray and starlight. He was more beautiful than even my dreams had shown, tall and powerful, with skin like polished pearl and hair the deep blue-green of ocean depths. His eyes held the same warmth I'd heard in his voice, now filled with desperate concern. The binding spell, he said urgently. We have to... Thalassos struck. A tentacle thick as a redwood tree swept toward us. Oren pulled me close, raising his other hand. A barrier of blue light sprang up, deflecting the blow, but the impact sent us stumbling. I'm not strong enough yet, Oren gasped. The old spell. I can't I squeezed his hand, feeling our connection pulse with power. Then we'll make a new one. Together. Understanding flowed between us. This wasn't about recreating the ancient binding. It was about forging something new. Something born of love rather than sacrifice, of choice rather than fear. We began to sing, our voices weaving together in perfect harmony. The magic rose around us, different from before, warmer, brighter, alive with possibility. Thalassos roared in fury, but this time the sound held uncertainty. Light spiraled out from where our hands joined, wrapping around the ancient creature in streams of gold and blue. Where the old binding had been chains, this was more like a web, flexible, organic, allowing movement while preventing harm. Thalassos thrashed against the new constraints, its rage palpable in the churning waters. But as our song reached its crescendo, something shifted in the creature. Its movements became less violent and more rhythmic. Its eyes, no longer filled with hatred, pulsed in time with the waves. The final note faded into the night air. Thalassos sank slowly beneath the surface, not trapped but transformed, bound not by force but by harmony, becoming part of the ocean's eternal dance rather than its destroyer. I turned to Oren, breathing hard. He gathered me close, his skin warm despite the cool water surrounding us. The scent of him filled my lungs, salt and storms and something ancient as the tides themselves. "You found another way," he whispered against my hair. "You saw what all the guardians missed." "We found it together," I corrected, looking up into eyes that held entire oceans. "Love is stronger than fear. Connection more powerful than control." His smile was like a sunrise over calm seas. When he kissed me, I tasted salt and magic and joy. The waves swirled around us, singing their ancient songs. But now I understood them completely. They weren't just songs of power or magic. They were songs of love, of connection, of the eternal dance between land and sea, between two hearts. "What happens now?" I asked when we finally parted, still held safe in his arms. "Now we rebuild what was broken." Oren's fingers traced my cheek with wonder. "The guardianship of the oceans needs to be restored. Balance must be maintained. And us?" His eyes softened. "We belong to both worlds, you and I. Neither fully of land nor sea, but together." He pressed his forehead to mine. "Together we can bridge the divide." I thought of Gran's cottage, standing empty since her passing. We could use my grandmother's cottage as our base, heal the damage Thalassos caused, and teach others to hear the ocean's songs. Oren lifted my hand to his lips. "Your grandmother always believed that humanity could learn to live in harmony with the sea again. She saw you as the beginning of that change." As dawn broke over the horizon, we walked from the water, hand in hand. The shore bore evidence of the night's events. Strange patterns in the sand, shells arranged in spirals that hummed with quiet power. But the sea itself had calmed, returning to its natural rhythm under the watchful presence of its guardians. Now, I walk the shore each day with Oren beside me, teaching others to hear the ocean's songs. Some nights, we sleep in Gran's cottage, wrapped in one another's arms beneath quilts she sewed with symbols of protection. Other nights, we swim beneath the waves, exploring Oren's realm of endless blue. Our love bridges worlds that have been separated too long. With each person who learns to hear the shell's songs, the divide narrows further. The ocean, with all its vast mystery, sings of possibility, of connection across any barrier, of love that recognizes itself in any form. And in the deep, Thalassos swims in its new form, no longer a creature of chaos, but a guardian of the ocean's most ancient secrets. It too sings now, a song of transformation, of darkness, finding its place within the light. Together, Oren and I guard the balance, not through force or fear, but through love and understanding. Our souls, entwined across lifetimes, form the strongest magic of all, a power that flows like tides, eternal and ever-changing, a whispered promise carried on every wave that reaches the shore. The letter arrived on the same day I admitted defeat. My sous chef had found me sitting on the floor of my kitchen, surrounded by burnt pastries and tears that wouldn't stop. 4 years of building my patisserie in Manhattan, gone. Not with a bang, but with mounting debts, a landlord who doubled the rent, and the slow realization that I'd lost my touch. Food wasn't speaking to me anymore. It had become a stranger. "Milo," she'd said, helping me up. "Maybe it's time to step away." Then the courier appeared at the door with an envelope bearing French stamps and a lawyer's return address. My grandmother Colette had died 3 months ago. I hadn't made it to the funeral. Another regret to add to my collection. Now her apartment in Montmartre belonged to me. That's how I found myself, 1 week later, climbing 5 flights of narrow stairs in a building that had witnessed 2 world wars, countless love affairs, and the quiet passing of the only person who had truly believed in my culinary dreams. The apartment was small, but bathed in light that streamed through tall windows overlooking a courtyard where an ancient linden tree stretched its branches. Everything was covered in a fine layer of dust, the mismatched furniture, the shelves of books, the copper pots hanging above a tiny stove. This was where Grand-mère had taught me to make my first pâte à choux when I was 9. During the summer, my parents had shipped me off during their divorce. I dropped my suitcase and opened the windows. Paris flooded in. Distant accordion music, the scent of cigarettes, someone arguing passionately in rapid French about philosophy or love or both. The city felt alive in a way New York had stopped feeling to me. That night, I couldn't sleep. Jet lag wrestled with grief beneath the unfamiliar ceiling. At 3 a.m, I gave up and began exploring the apartment properly. In the kitchen, I found it. A wooden recipe box, the lid carved with forget-me-nots. Inside were dozens of yellowed index cards covered in my grandmother's elegant script. Between the cards for pain au chocolat and tarte aux pommes, I found a folded note addressed to me. "My dearest Milo, if you are reading this, I am gone, and you have found your way back to Paris. I've watched your success from afar, but I've also felt your struggles. Remember what I taught you? The secret ingredient is never listed in recipes. It's what you bring to the kitchen. Your heart, your history, your hunger for more than just food. Bake under the crescent moon, and you'll find what you've lost. All my love, always Grand-mère." I traced her handwriting with my fingertip, remembering her hands guiding mine as we folded butter into dough. Outside, the moon hung in the sky like a perfect pastry crescent. Maybe it was exhaustion or desperation, but I found myself reaching for flour and butter. I chose her almond croissant recipe, the one she swore had once made a food critic propose marriage. As I worked, muscle memory took over. My hands remembered what my heart had forgotten. The apartment filled with the scent of browning butter and toasting almonds. For the first time in months, I didn't hate what I was creating. At exactly midnight, I pulled the croissants from the oven. They were perfect, golden and flaky, with the almond filling just visible at the seams. I ate one standing at the window, looking out at the sliver of moon, and finally fell into dreamless sleep on the sofa, surrounded by the lingering warmth of the oven. Morning arrived with a knock at the door. Disoriented, I stumbled to answer it, still wearing yesterday's flour-dusted clothes. She stood in the hallway as if she'd stepped from a dream, dark curls escaping a loose braid, eyes the color of honey, a blue dress that looked like it belonged in another era. She inhaled deeply, her eyes closing for a moment. "I'm sorry to disturb you," she said in French-accented English. "I live downstairs, and I was drawn in by the scent of home." She looked past me into the apartment. I knew Colette. She was kind to me when I first moved to Paris. "I'm Milo," I said, suddenly aware of my rumpled appearance. Her grandson. "Leora," she replied, extending her hand. It was warm and slightly calloused. A working hand, like mine. "I heard she had passed. I'm sorry for your loss." I should have made polite conversation and closed the door. Instead, I found myself saying, "Would you like a croissant?" I made too many. Her smile transformed her face. "I'd love one." That's how we ended up sitting at my grandmother's small table by the window, sunlight turning Leora's curls to copper as she closed her eyes with the first bite. "These taste like memories," she murmured. "How did you know her recipe?" She guarded it jealously. I showed her the recipe box. She left it for me. I was a pastry chef in New York, but... I trailed off, not ready to confess my failures to this stranger. "But," she prompted, breaking off another piece of croissant. "But I'm taking a break," I finished lamely. Leora studied me in a way that made me feel transparent. These croissants don't taste like someone taking a break. They taste like someone remembering something important. She asked about my grandmother, and I found myself telling stories about summer vacations in this apartment, about Colette teaching me to judge a perfect rise by sound rather than sight, about her insistence that baking was a form of love made visible. She believed food had power, I said, not just to nourish, but to heal, to connect. I think I forgot that somewhere along the way. Leora nodded. "In my family, we have a similar saying. Food carries memories and intentions." She brushed crumbs from her fingers. "I should go. I teach violin at the conservatory, and my students await." She stood, then hesitated. "Would you like to see Paris through local eyes? As a welcome?" Something pulled at me. Curiosity, perhaps. Or something deeper. "I'd like that." "Tomorrow, then. I'll knock at 10. After she left, I found myself staring at the door, wondering if I'd imagined her. But the empty plate with croissant crumbs proved otherwise. Leora showed me a Paris I'd never seen, despite my childhood visits. We wandered narrow streets where ivy crawled up ancient walls. She took me to a hidden garden where an old man played accordion while couples danced. We ate falafel from a tiny stand run by a family who greeted her by name and insisted I try their homemade hot sauce. "My father is Lebanese, my mother French," she explained as we sat on a bench, watching children play. "I grew up between worlds, never quite belonging to either. Food was how we carried home with us." I told her about my fragmented childhood, shuttling between divorced parents who used me as a weapon against one another. My grandmother's kitchen was the only place that felt like it was mine. In the weeks that followed, Leora became my guide not just to Paris, but to myself. She arrived with small gifts, a bunch of herbs from her window box, a book of French poetry, a violin string that had snapped during practice. "It reminds me that broken things still have purpose," she said, placing it in my palm. "They just need to be used differently." I cooked for her. Dishes from my grandmother's recipe box at first, then my own creations. Something was changing in the food I made. Customers at the local cafes began requesting my pastries after I helped out during a busy morning. Word spread. People started knocking on my door, asking if they could buy whatever I was baking that day. But the strangest thing happened on the nights of the crescent moon. Each month, I followed my grandmother's instructions, baking under its light. And each time, someone would appear the next day, a lost tourist who needed directions and left with renewed purpose, an elderly neighbor who shared stories of the building's history over tea and madeleines, a child who had lost her cat, only to find it hiding in the courtyard tree. They all left with more than just full stomachs. They left lighter, as if they'd set down something heavy. And somehow, I felt lighter too. Do you notice anything unusual about this place? I asked Leora one evening as we sat on my tiny balcony, sharing a bottle of wine and watching the sunset paint the rooftops gold. Like what? She tucked her legs beneath her, comfortable in the space she'd come to occupy in my life. People seem to find what they need here. Not just good food, but answers, maybe? Leora's smile held secrets. Your grandmother understood something important. Sometimes magic isn't dramatic. Sometimes it's as simple as feeding someone exactly what their soul is hungry for. I studied her face in the fading light. Did you find what you needed here? Her eyes met mine, steady and warm. I'm still discovering that. We didn't talk about how long I would stay in Paris. My return ticket had expired, unnoticed. The apartment no longer felt like my grandmother's. It was becoming mine, with Leora's violin playing often drifting through the open windows, the kitchen constantly in use. It was on another crescent moon night that something shifted between us. I had spent the day developing a new recipe, a delicate pastry filled with honey, cardamom, and pistachios, inspired by the stories Leora had told me of her father's homeland. She arrived as the pastries came out of the oven, as if summoned by their scent. Her hair hung loose around her shoulders, and it was still damp from the rain falling outside. I didn't know you were coming, I said, suddenly nervous about the pastries I'd created with her in mind. I didn't plan to, she admitted, slipping off her wet jacket. But I was walking home, and it felt like someone was guiding me here. She approached the kitchen counter, drawn by the aroma. What did you make? Something new, something that reminded me of your stories. When she tasted it, her eyes filled with tears. This tastes like my grandmother's kitchen in Beirut, she whispered. How did you know? I didn't, I said honestly. I just thought of you while I baked. Something hummed in the air between us. The magic of the apartment, perhaps, or simply the recognition of two people who had been orbiting one another, finally drawn into the same gravity. Leora set down the half-eaten pastry and stepped closer. Milo, she said softly, I think I know what I was looking for when I followed the scent of your baking that first morning. Her kiss tasted of honey and cardamom and possibility. Outside, rain tapped against the windows like applause. Later, as we lay tangled in sheets, watching lightning illuminate the Parisian sky, Leora traced patterns on my chest. Do you believe in magic? She asked. I thought about my grandmother's note, about the string of visitors who found their way to my door on crescent moon mornings, about how a broken chef from New York had found his voice again in this tiny Parisian kitchen. I believe in this, I said, pulling her closer, whatever this is. She smiled against my shoulder. Your grandmother once told me that true magic isn't about spells or potions. It's about creating spaces where people can remember who they really are. And who am I asked, only half joking. Leora propped herself up on one elbow, her face serious in the dim light. You're someone who feeds more than bodies. You nourish souls, Milo, including mine. Summer faded into autumn. My small baking operation grew into a proper business. 3 days a week, I sold pastries from the apartment, with lines forming down the stairwell. The other days, I developed recipes and taught small classes in the techniques my grandmother had passed down to me. Leora moved in gradually. First a toothbrush, then clothes, finally her violin, and the framed photo of her parents. We didn't discuss it. It happened as naturally as dough rising in a warm kitchen. On the first anniversary of my arrival in Paris, I received a letter from my old sous chef in New York. She had opened her own place and wanted to know if I'd consider returning as a partner. 5 years ago, it would have been everything I wanted. I showed the letter to Leora that evening as we prepared dinner together, moving around each other in the small kitchen with practiced ease. Will you go? She asked, her voice carefully neutral as she chopped herbs. I looked around the apartment, at the recipe box now filled with my own creations alongside my grandmother's, at the violin case in the corner, at the woman who had helped me rediscover not just my passion for food, but my belief in something more. "No," I said, realizing the truth as I spoke it. "My home is here now." Leora's smile bloomed slowly. "I was hoping you'd say that." That night, under another crescent moon, I baked a single perfect chocolate soufflé. Inside, I placed a ring that had belonged to my grandmother. A simple gold band with a small pearl, like the moon that had guided me home. When Leora found it the next morning, her yes filled the apartment like sunlight. We were married in spring, in the courtyard beneath the linden tree. Neighbors hung lights in the branches, and my small baking staff created a tower of pastries instead of a traditional cake. Leora played violin before the ceremony, a composition she had written that made even the most stoic guests dab at their eyes. During our first dance, she whispered in my ear, "Do you remember what your grandmother's note said? Bake under the crescent moon, and you'll find what you've lost." I nodded, holding her closer. "I think she knew exactly what she was doing," Leora continued. "The recipe wasn't just for croissants, it was for happiness." That night, back in our apartment, I found my grandmother's recipe box on the table, though I was certain I'd left it on the kitchen counter. On top was a card I'd never seen before, in Colette's handwriting. The final ingredient: pass it on. Magic thrives when shared. Now, 7 years later, our small apartment has witnessed countless feasts, the birth of our daughter Colette, and hundreds of crescent moon bakings. People still find their way to our door, drawn by some invisible thread of need or hunger or hope. And each time, we welcome them in with open arms and fresh bread, knowing that the real enchantment isn't in the walls or the recipes, or even the moon's light through our windows. It's in the simple act of nourishing others, body and soul, and in doing so, nourishing ourselves. Some nights, standing in our kitchen with flour on my hands and Leora's music filling the rooms, I swear I can feel my grandmother's presence, proud and pleased. The alchemy she taught me wasn't just about turning butter and flour into gold. It was about transforming loss into love, grief into gratitude, and the mundane into magic. In the end, it turns out the best recipes aren't written down at all. They're lived, breathed, shared, and passed on, rising like perfect dough under gentle, patient hands. Candlelight danced across the marble floors of London's most prestigious ballroom, casting golden shadows that matched the shimmering champagne in crystal flutes. I stood at the edge of the crowd, my silk gown rustling softly with each breath, watching the swirl of couples moving to the gentle strains of a waltz. The air was thick with the scent of roses and orange blossoms, brought in by the cartload to decorate the Hartley's annual spring ball. Mother had outdone herself with my presentation this season. The pale blue silk of my gown caught the light perfectly, its silver embroidery glinting like frost on morning flowers. My dark curls were arranged in the latest fashion, with tiny diamond pins that sparkled like stars against the deep brown waves. At 18, I was considered the crown jewel of this year's debutantes, though the thought brought me little joy. I knew what it meant, an endless parade of suitors, each more concerned with my dowry than my heart. The season had already brought forth a dozen proposals, each more calculated than the last. Lord Pembroke with his aging estate and mountain of debt. The young Duke of Ashworth, barely 16 and pushed forward by his ambitious mother. Even my childhood friend Thomas had tried his hand, though we both knew there was no spark between us. "You look utterly bored, my lady." The voice carried the hint of a smile, rich and warm like honey. I turned to find myself staring into the most remarkable pair of green eyes I'd ever seen. Nicholas Owensby stood before me, the notorious charmer of London society. His dark hair fell in perfect waves, and his evening clothes were immaculate. A perfectly tailored black coat that emphasized his broad shoulders, a crisp white cravat, and a subtle gold pin that winked in the candlelight. But it was his smile that caught and held my attention. Crooked and genuine, nothing like the practiced simpers of other gentlemen. "I assure you, sir, I am perfectly entertained by my own thoughts," I replied, lifting my chin slightly. His reputation preceded him. A different lady on his arm at every ball, a trail of broken hearts in his wake. Just last week, I'd overheard Lady Winterbourne warning her daughter away from his dangerous charms. He laughed, the sound rich and unexpected. Lady Caroline Bentley, defending the excitement of standing alone in a corner. I must hear these fascinating thoughts of yours. The orchestra began a new piece, Mozart, one of my favorites, and he extended his hand. "Dance with me?" I hesitated, but something in his eyes made me place my gloved hand in his. As he led me onto the floor, I felt the eyes of the entire room upon us. The music began, and we moved together as if we'd danced 1,000 times before. His hand at my waist was steady and sure, his touch sending warmth spreading through my entire body. "Your thoughts, my lady," he prompted, guiding me through a turn with effortless grace. "I was thinking how tedious it is to be paraded about like a prize mare at auction," I admitted, surprising myself with my honesty. Each potential buyer examining my teeth and checking my pedigree. His eyes widened slightly, then crinkled at the corners. Refreshingly direct. And here I thought you were the perfect society miss. Perfect is rather dull, don't you think? The dance continued, but something had shifted. Our conversation flowed effortlessly, ranging from books to art to travel. He was surprisingly well read, challenging my opinions on Byron with clever observations that made me laugh despite myself. When he spoke of his travels in Italy, his eyes lit up with genuine passion that made my heart flutter. "You should see Venice in the moonlight," he said, his voice dropping low. "The canals turn to ribbons of silver, and the whole city feels like a dream." "You make it sound magical," I whispered, lost in the picture he painted. "Everything can be magical if you look at it the right way." His hand tightened slightly on my waist, and I realized how close we'd drawn together, closer than propriety strictly allowed. When the music ended, I found I didn't want to let go of his hand. He seemed equally reluctant to release me, his fingers lingering against mine as he bowed. That night marked the beginning of what seemed like a dream. At every social gathering, Nicholas sought me out. We would find quiet corners to discuss everything and nothing, our conversations punctuated by lingering looks and brief touches that set my heart racing. He showed me a London I'd never known, secret gardens hidden between townhouses, tiny bookshops with treasures in their dusty corners, and quiet moments that belonged only to us. One afternoon, he took me to a hidden courtyard garden he'd discovered. Roses climbed the ancient walls, their pink and white blooms nodding in the gentle breeze. We sat on a stone bench, reading poetry together, his shoulder pressed warm against mine. "She walks in beauty, like the night," he quoted softly, but his eyes weren't on the book. They were on me, intense and full of something that made my breath catch. "Of cloudless climes and starry skies," I finished, my voice barely a whisper. His hand found mine, his thumb tracing circles on my palm through my thin glove. The touch sent shivers up my arm, and I knew I was falling deeply, irrevocably in love with him. I knew what people whispered behind their fans, that I was just another conquest for the notorious Mr. Owensby. But when he looked at me, I saw something different in his eyes. something real, something that made me believe in magic and true love and all the things I'd dismissed as girlish fantasies. Until the night of the Hartley's summer ball. I had arrived late, having spent too long choosing the perfect gown, deep emerald silk that made my eyes sparkle and my skin glow like moonlight. The ballroom was crowded, and I searched for Nicholas among the dancers. When I didn't see him, I made my way to the terrace for air. That's when I heard her laugh, musical and intimate, followed by his unmistakable voice. I turned the corner to find Nicholas pressed close to Lady Penelope Howard, his hand cupping her cheek as she gazed up at him adoringly. Her golden hair gleamed in the moonlight, and her beauty made my heart sink. "You know you're the only one who truly understands me," he murmured, and my world shattered. I fled before either could see me, but the image was burned into my mind. How foolish I'd been to think I was different, special. I was just another in his long line of conquests, another notch in his belt of broken hearts. The next morning, I convinced my parents to let me retire to our country estate in Derbyshire. I claimed the London air disagreed with me, that I needed rest. In truth, I needed to escape the whispers, the pitying looks, and most of all, the chance of seeing Nicholas again. The countryside welcomed me with open arms. Spring was in full bloom, painting the rolling hills in vibrant greens and soft purples. I threw myself into managing the estate, learning everything I could from our steward. The physical work in the gardens helped ease the ache in my heart, and slowly, I began to feel like myself again. I spent my days in the rose garden my mother had planted years ago, pruning and tending the delicate blooms. Something was healing in nurturing beauty, in watching life unfold according to its own gentle rhythm. The roses didn't care about society's expectations or broken hearts. They simply grew, bloomed, and shared their beauty with the world. But peace was not to be mine for long. One misty morning, as I walked through the rose garden, I heard hoofbeats on the gravel drive. My heart stopped when I saw Nicholas dismounting, looking travel-worn but determined. His clothes were dusty from the road, his cravat slightly askew, so different from his usual immaculate appearance. He carried something small in his hand that caught the early morning light. "Caroline," he called out, his voice carrying across the garden. "Please, let me explain." I turned to leave, but his next words froze me in place. "What you saw that night, it wasn't what you think." Lady Penelope was distraught over her brother's illness. I was comforting an old friend, nothing more. I've been a fool in many ways, but never about my feelings for you. I faced him slowly, steeling myself against the sight of him. But what I saw made me pause. Gone was the polished dandy of London society. This Nicholas looked raw and vulnerable, his eyes shadowed with lack of sleep. There was an earnestness in his expression I'd never seen before. "Why are you here?" I asked, proud that my voice remained steady. He opened his hand, revealing an ancient ring. The gold was worn smooth with age, set with a stone that seemed to hold starlight within its depths. As the morning light touched it, colors swirled in its heart like the northern lights I'd read about in books. "This belonged to my grandmother," he said softly. "There's a story in my family about it, that it was blessed by a wise woman centuries ago, enchanted to reveal true love. It shows the bearer's heart's desire, but only if that love is pure and unselfish." As he spoke, the stone began to glow with a soft, warm light. Inside its depths, I saw images forming. Nicholas and me in the bookshop, laughing over Byron. The two of us walking in the secret garden, his jacket around my shoulders against the evening chill. Every genuine moment we'd shared. But I also saw moments I hadn't witnessed. Nicholas pacing his study late at night, writing and discarding letter after letter to me. Him questioning his past choices, realizing how empty his life had been before we met. "I've changed, Caroline," he continued, taking a step closer. His familiar scent, sandalwood and leather, wrapped around me, bringing back a flood of memories. The man I was before, the one who flirted and played at love, he died the moment I met you. You showed me what real connection means, what it is to truly see someone and be seen in return. The ring pulsed brighter, and I felt a warmth spread through me, like sunshine after rain. Magic tingled in the air around us, ancient and powerful. The roses seemed to lean closer, their perfume intensifying as if nature itself held its breath to witness this moment. "I don't expect you to forgive me immediately," Nicholas continued, reaching for my hand but stopping just short of touching me. "But I'm asking for a chance to prove myself, to show you the man I've become, the man you helped me become." The morning mist swirled around us, touched with golden light. In that moment, I felt something shift in the air, as if fate itself held its breath. The magic of the ring seemed to hum, a melody that matched the beating of my heart. "How do I know this isn't just another pretty speech?" I whispered, even as something deep within me recognized the truth in his words. He held out the ring. "See for yourself." With trembling fingers, I took it. The moment it touched my skin, the world around us changed. The garden blurred, and I saw visions in the stone. Nicholas spending weeks researching his family history to find the ring. His sleepless nights after I left London. The truth of that evening with Lady Penelope. I saw him comforting her as she wept over her brother's worsening condition. Saw how he thought of me even in that moment, wishing he could share his own experiences of losing a sibling young. But more than that, I saw his heart laid bare before me. The love there was real, profound, and transformative. I saw how meeting me had awakened something in him he'd never known was sleeping. A desire for depth, for meaning, for a love that could last beyond a single dance or stolen kiss. The visions faded, leaving us standing in the misty garden, changed by what we'd seen. Nicholas reached for my hand again, and this time I let him take it. His touch was gentle and reverent, as if he held something infinitely precious. "I love you, Caroline Bentley," he said, his voice rough with emotion. "Not for your beauty or your status, but for your brilliant mind, your kind heart, and the way you challenge me to be better. I love you for the person you are when no one else is watching. The woman who reads Byron in the garden and dreams of more than society's expectations." Tears blurred my vision as I looked up at him. The morning sun broke through the mist, surrounding us in a golden glow. The ring warmed in my palm, its magic pulsing like a heartbeat. "I love you too," I whispered, the words carrying the weight of truth. "The real you, not the mask you wore in London." He pulled me close, one hand cupping my face as the other wrapped around my waist. When our lips met, the ring's magic surged around us. Golden light spiraled upward, surrounding us in a shower of sparks that felt like falling stars. The roses burst into sudden bloom, their petals opening to release waves of heavenly fragrance. At that moment, I understood what the old legend meant. True love wasn't just about passion or romance, but about seeing and accepting someone completely, flaws and all. Nicholas slipped the ring onto my finger, where it fit perfectly as if it had been waiting for this moment throughout the centuries. The stone settled into a gentle glow, a constant reminder of the magic that had brought us together, and the love that would keep us that way. "Tell me more about Venice," I said softly, leaning into his embrace. His smile was radiant as he held me close. "I'll do better than that. I'll take you there. We'll watch the moonlight on the canals together, and I'll show you all the magic I promised." As we walked through the garden together, planning our future, I realized that sometimes the greatest magic isn't in enchanted rings or ancient legends, but in the simple courage it takes to open your heart and trust again. Nicholas had proven that love, when real and true, has the power to transform not just the heart, but the very soul. And so began our new chapter, written not in the glittering ballrooms of London, but in the quiet moments we shared, in the gentle magic of everyday love, and in the promise of a future filled with all the adventures we would face together. The ring on my finger glowed softly, a reminder that some promises, once made with a pure heart, become the most powerful magic of all. In the years that followed, we often returned to that rose garden where we found our way back to one another. Each visit, the roses seemed to bloom a little brighter, their perfume a little sweeter, as if blessed by the magic of that morning. And though we traveled the world together, seeing all the wonders Nicholas had promised, we always knew that the greatest magic was the love we shared, a love that, like the enchanted ring, would shine brighter with each passing year. The first rays of dawn crept across the horizon, painting the ocean in shades of rose and amber. As the waves whispered ancient secrets at my feet, I traced my fingers through cool sand. For 6 months, I had walked this stretch of Maui's shore alone every morning. The Sea Turtle Conservation Center where I worked gave purpose to my days, but nights still echoed with the hollow ache of my recent divorce. Stephen's parting words haunted me. You care more about saving animals than saving us. Perhaps he was right. I had thrown myself into this work, counting hatchlings, recording data, pretending the endless blue could fill the void inside me. This morning felt no different, until I found him. The storm had passed overnight, leaving the beach transformed. I wandered past tourist-free coves, stepping carefully over scattered driftwood, when movement caught my eye. A figure lay sprawled among the rocks where high tide reached. My heart thundered as my training took over. I sprinted across the wet sand, medical knowledge flooding back from my paramedic days. "Hey, are you okay?" I dropped beside him, pressing my fingers against his neck. His skin radiated an unexpected warmth despite the cool morning air. Beneath my fingertips, his pulse thrummed strong and steady, yet something else vibrated there. A subtle energy that made my skin tingle. When I turned him over, the breath caught in my throat. He appeared to be in his early 30s, with the deep bronze skin of native Hawaiians. What struck me wasn't the sharp angles of his face, or the dark hair matted with seaweed. It was the patterns swirling across his shoulders. They moved beneath his skin like bioluminescent creatures, pulsing with soft blue light. His eyelids fluttered. When he looked at me, I stared into eyes the color of the deepest ocean trenches, an impossible blue that seemed to contain entire worlds. Where? His voice carried the timbre of distant waves. The crossing proved more difficult than anticipated. "Are you hurt? Did you fall from a boat?" He struggled to sit, pressing a hand to his ribs. A crescent-shaped mark there glowed briefly before fading. No vessel brought me here, not one built by human hands. "What do you mean?" I scanned the horizon frantically. "Is anyone else out there?" He fixed me with those otherworldly eyes. "I am Kaelin. I came only for you, Willamore." Ice water flooded my veins. "How do you know my name?" His lips curved into a smile that promised mysteries. "The great Kanaloa, god of these waters, has watched you walk these shores. He heard your heart's loneliness calling across the waves." I sat back on my heels, torn between disbelief and an inexplicable pull toward this stranger. Hawaii attracted its share of mystics and healers, but something in his presence made my skepticism waver. "You need medical attention," I decided, falling back on practical concerns. "Can you stand?" "I must." learn this form better. He examined his hands with bemused curiosity. It behaves differently than expected. As he rose, droplets cascaded from his dark hair in impossible defiance of physics. They flowed downward in ribbons of liquid light before his skin appeared completely dry. My cottage lay only minutes away. Against every voice of reason, I knew I would take him there. "At least let me check you for a concussion," I offered, knowing this explained nothing. "My place is close." His smile radiated pure joy. "Lead me, then. The sea has guided my path well." Inside my simple research cottage, I settled him onto the worn sofa. As I gathered first aid supplies, I watched him explore his surroundings with childlike wonder. He traced the spines of my marine biology books, examined my collection of shells, and stopped before a photograph of Stephen and me at our wedding. "You loved him deeply," Kaylin observed, not questioning. I cleared my throat, busying myself with medical equipment. "I thought I did. Turns out, love isn't enough when you want different things." "What did you want?" The simple question caught me off guard. I turned to find him watching me with those penetrating eyes. "To matter," I whispered. "To make a difference somehow." "You already do," he said softly. "The turtles know this. The ocean knows this." Heat flushed my cheeks. I moved to examine his glowing mark, attempting to ignore how his presence affected me. When my fingers touched his skin, ripples spread outward like disturbing a perfectly still pond. "Your touch is gentle," he murmured, "yet carries strength beneath." "I've patched up plenty of sea turtles." I kept my voice clinical. "Nurse sharks, too, once." Days melted together in strange harmony. Each morning, I continued my work while Kaylin explored the island. By evening, we walked the shore together as he shared impossible stories. "Watch," he said one sunset, cupping seawater in his palm. The liquid rose between his fingers, forming a perfect sphere that showed images. A hurricane's birth over Africa, the journey of a single raindrop, the dance of dolphins in midnight waters. "All water connects," he explained as the vision shifted. "What touches one ocean eventually finds all shores." Week by week, his presence seeped into my life like a tide filling empty chambers. We swam in hidden coves where coral gardens bloomed in riot. Under starlight, he taught me ancient Hawaiian chants that made the waves respond. His laugh became familiar music. His hand in mine felt like coming home. On full moon nights, we discovered the island's secret places, caves that echoed with the heartbeat of Pele, waterfalls that reversed flow when he sang to them, and tide pools containing miniature worlds older than recorded time. "Tell me about your realm," I asked one evening as we dried on warm sand. His expression grew distant. "It exists between breaths, in the spaces where air meets water. Time flows differently there. A century may pass in your world while we dance through a single song. Do you miss it? How can one miss what defined them?" He traced patterns in the sand that glowed briefly. "Yet, I find this world has unexpected treasures." His gaze met mine, and something kindled between us. A flame that had smoldered since our first meeting. 3 months into Kaylin's stay, I woke one night to find him gone. Following instinct, I walked to our favorite cove. Moonlight silvered the water as I approached the shore. He stood waist-deep in glowing waves, his back to me. The patterns on his skin blazed with inner light, so bright they illuminated the night. As I watched, he raised his arms, and the ocean responded with graceful columns of water dancing around him. I gasped, and he turned. Without thinking, I stepped into the warm water. "I didn't mean to intrude," I began. "You never intrude." He moved closer, the water swirling in patterns between us. Your presence brings harmony to my song." The distance between us closed until we stood a breath apart. His skin shimmered with droplets that seemed to defy gravity, flowing upward in delicate rivulets. "Willa," he whispered, and my name had never sounded so much like a prayer. I reached up to touch his face. His skin felt like the warmest tide beneath my fingertips. When our lips met, the world transformed. The kiss deepened into something beyond the physical. Through our connection, I tasted ancient seas, felt the pull of distant tides, understood the language of whales, and the whispered secrets of coral. His essence flowed into me, not overwhelming, but completing something I hadn't known was missing. When we parted, both breathing heavily, the water around us swirled in lazy spirals, reflecting our shared light. "I'm falling in love with you," I admitted, the words emerging before I could doubt them. His smile held both joy and sorrow. "My time here grows short, beloved one. When summer ends and autumn's first storm arrives, I must return to Kanaloa's realm, or lose my connection entirely." Pain lanced through me. "How long?" "6 more weeks. The cosmic tides already call me home." Instead of pulling away, I drew him closer. "Then let's make each moment count." Our love flourished like night-blooming jasmine, intense, beautiful, tinged with inevitable loss. Each day held both ecstasy and heartbreak, knowing it would end. We made love for the first time during a full moon eclipse. In our secret cove, Kaylin created a pavilion of water walls that curved around us like liquid crystal, shifting and flowing with our movements. Inside this sanctuary, reality softened. His hands traced my skin with reverence, as if memorizing every curve, every pulse point. When we joined, our borders dissolved completely. I felt the vastness of oceans in his blood, the weight of ancient wisdom in his breath. He experienced my human complexity, joy tangled with sorrow, hope entwined with fear. "You are the ocean," he murmured against my skin. "You have always been the ocean." Afterward, wrapped in his warmth, I traced the glowing patterns on his chest. They moved beneath my fingers like living things. "Will you forget me?" I asked the question that haunted my dreams. "Impossible." His arms tightened around me. "You have changed the tides of my existence. Even if I must leave, part of me will remain in every wave that touches this shore." The next weeks passed in bittersweet suspension. We shared simple joys, watching sunrise paint the sky, releasing rescued turtle hatchlings together, and swimming through rainbow-colored fish. We also shared deeper intimacies, the stories of our wounds, the shape of our fears, the form of our dreams. My father was a fisherman, I told him one evening as we sorted shells. He taught me to read the ocean, to respect its moods. When he drowned during a storm, something in me broke. Kaylin set down the conch he'd been examining. "Your father didn't drown, beloved. The ocean embraced him home." "How can you say that?" Anger flared unexpectedly. "He died. Left us. Left me." Death isn't an ending for those who truly become one with the sea. His voice held such certainty. "Your connection to ocean waters. It comes from him. He still swims these depths." I wanted to argue, but something in his eyes made me pause. Could it be possible? Had my lifelong bond with the ocean been hereditary magic rather than childhood training? "Teach me," I whispered. Over the following days, he opened my awareness to realms beyond the physical. We meditated together at the tide line, where I learned to feel the ocean's vast consciousness. Schools of fish communicated through subtle vibrations. Coral colonies shared ancient memories. Even the sand held stories of countless generations. "You already hear them," Kaelin observed as understanding dawned in my eyes. You've always heard them. Your work with the turtles. You respond to their calls before you consciously know they need help. 20 days before our separation, I awoke to thunder rumbling across the island. Wind rattled the windows as waves pounded the shore with unusual force. I found Kaelin on my porch, his face upturned to darkening skies. His markings blazed brilliantly against the storm's gray backdrop. Kanaloa sends warning. His voice carried over the wind. Something threatens these waters, old poison awakening. Using every connection I'd made at the conservation center, I discovered what he meant. An abandoned military site offshore was leaking toxins, threatening the coral reef system that supported countless species. Marine life had already begun dying. We have to stop this, I insisted, firing off emails to every authority I could think of. Human systems move slowly, Kaelin said, frustration marking his usually calm features. The reef cannot wait. That night, as rain lashed the cottage, we made love with desperate intensity. I memorized the taste of his skin, the rhythm of his breath, the way his body moved like ocean currents. He mapped my responses with careful attention, drawing pleasure from places I didn't know existed. Afterward, wrapped in sheets and one another, he spoke softly. I've communicated with others of my kind. They can help with the poison, but it will drain much of my remaining energy. No. I sat up, fear clutching my heart. You need that energy to return home. His hand cupped my face gently. Some shores are worth protecting no matter the cost, including me, especially you. The next day, authorities finally responded to my reports. The drilling site faced immediate shutdown, but Kaelin was right. Bureaucracy couldn't match the speed of ecological disaster. From our cottage window, I watched him wade into the churning waters. Standing waist deep, he raised his arms and began to sing. The sound defied description, harmonic layers that resonated in my bones, pulled at my heart, echoed in my soul. The ocean responded. Swirls of luminous energy gathered around him, flowing outward to the contaminated areas. For hours, he maintained his position as cleansing magic spread through the reef system. When he finally staggered back to shore, the glowing patterns on his skin had faded to faint outlines. I caught him as his knees buckled. What have you done? I cradled his head in my lap. What was necessary? His smile carried exhaustion, but no regret. The poison disperses. New life will bloom where death threatened. But the energy, your way home. Shh. He touched my lips. Every choice has its price. I chose freely. 10 days remained. We spent them simply, savoring one another's presence. Morning walks grew gentler as his strength diminished. Evening swims became brief floats in calm waters. Our conversations deepened into silences where words weren't needed. You could stay, I suggested on the 7th day. If you can't return to your realm, we could... I wish I could, beloved one. The turtles need their guardian. The ocean needs its bridge to the human world. His thumb traced my cheek. And I may find another path. On the final night, under new moon darkness, we returned to our secret cove. The tide was especially high, creating a natural pool where fresh water from the mountains mixed with salt from the sea. Kanaloa offers a choice, Kaelin said as we waded into this unique confluence. A life freely given ties realms together. My heart pounded. What do you mean? You could become Kaikokai, guardian of the threshold, neither fully of the deep nor fully of the land, but belonging to both realms. His hands found mine underwater. But there's no return to purely human existence. I gazed into his eyes, seeing my reflection there. Wind-tousled hair, sun-kissed skin, lips curved in wonder. When had I become this woman? When had I become brave enough to choose magic over certainty? I choose you, I said clearly. I choose the ocean. I choose this love that defies logic. The transformation began with sensation. Between our joined hands, water gathered into a sphere that pulsed with internal light. Colors swirled inside, every blue, green, and gray the ocean could imagine. Are you certain? His voice held hope and fear equally. Absolutely. We pressed the sphere between our palms. Warmth, then heat, then energy beyond temperature flooded through me. I gasped as my consciousness expanded, pushed past familiar boundaries into vast oceanic awareness. Crushing depths and airy surface, tidal rhythms and lunar pulls, kelp forest whispers and abyssal silence, sunshine sparkles and phosphorescent stars. All of it poured into me while I poured myself into the endless waters. The mark I'd seen on Kaylin's skin appeared on my own, burning itself into existence. We cried out together as ancient magic bound us, transformed us, and elevated us to something beyond our origins. When the intensity faded, the sphere vanished. In its place, matching crescents glowed on our sides, his left, my right, creating one symbol when we stood close. Testing my new awareness, I reached out with senses I didn't know I possessed. The ocean responded like an excited friend, sharing secrets I could finally understand. How do you feel? Kaylin's voice held wonder. I flexed my fingers that tingled with power. Like I've always been this person, just sleeping. I paused, amazed. I can hear them. The whales are singing about us. The coral is celebrating new growth. And I, he said, drawing me close, feel my connection to Kanaloa's realm restored. Differently than before, but stronger for being shared. So you don't have to leave? His laugh rumbled through his chest. Leave? Beloved, this is just the beginning. We have countless tides to explore together. Time flowed differently after our transformation. Seasons blended into rhythms older than human calendars. By day, I continued my conservation work with enhanced abilities, healing injured creatures with a touch, sensing their needs before they called. By night, Kaylin and I dove to depths no human should survive, playing among bioluminescent creatures, learning ancient languages from wise old sea spirits. Our connection deepened beyond the physical into something cosmic. Making love meant merging consciousness, sharing existence across dimensions. We discovered we could communicate telepathically, sensing one another's emotions across distances, feeling what the other experienced. 5 years passed like a single breath. The island community accepted our presence, though they whispered about the strange couple who swam during storms, whose cottage glowed from within on moonless nights, who knew exactly where to find lost swimmers before rescue boats could launch. Stephen visited once, seeking closure from our abrupt divorce. He found me walking the beach at sunset, hair longer and wilder than he remembered, skin marked with faint swirling patterns. You look different, he observed cautiously. I am different. No anger remained between us, only the tender sadness of paths diverged. We both are. I heard you're doing important work here. The research center says marine recovery rates in this area have tripled since you arrived. I smiled at his attempt to understand. The ocean has its ways of healing when properly respected. As he turned to leave, he paused. Are you happy, Willa? I found where I belong, I answered honestly. That's more than happiness. It's wholeness. That evening, I shared the encounter with Kaylin as we prepared dinner. He nodded thoughtfully while crafting intricate patterns in boiling water with casual magical gestures. Every love transforms us, he mused. His love taught you what you needed to learn. that compromise isn't the same as sacrifice. Our love showed you what was possible when you didn't settle for less than wonder. And what has my love taught you? I asked, wrapping my arms around him from behind. He turned in my embrace, those oceanic eyes holding infinite tenderness. That home isn't a place or realm, but the heart you swim toward through any current. Tonight, as I write this by lamplight with waves whispering against our cottage foundation, I can hardly believe 6 years have passed since that storm-swept morning. My research papers now include references to unusual local phenomena that my scientific colleagues can't quite explain, but can entirely dismiss. The sea turtle population has rebounded beyond all projections. Coral reefs flourish where experts predicted collapse. Fish return to waters once dead from pollution. Students visit from marine biology programs worldwide, hoping to understand our success. You're preparing someone, Kaylin said last week as I mentored my third graduate researcher. Building bridges so others can protect these waters. He's right. Our guardianship won't last forever in these bodies. Already, I sense the ocean preparing for transitions beyond my understanding. But for now, in this moment, we have each other and the endless blue. Sometimes during that magical hour before dawn, we dance in phosphorescent waves, our laughter mixing with dolphin songs. The crescent marks on our sides pulse in harmony, reminding us daily that magic exists for those brave enough to choose it. I've learned that true love isn't just finding someone who completes you. It's discovering someone who helps you become the person you were always meant to be. And sometimes, that person arrives on storm winds from impossible realms, bringing gifts you never knew to ask for. The ocean's gift wasn't just Kaylin, though he is my heart's deepest current. The gift was transformation. From a woman running from heartbreak to a guardian who swims through wonder, from isolation to connection, from the limited to the infinite. Every morning, I still count turtle hatchlings. But now, when those tiny creatures scramble toward the waves, I understand their certainty perfectly. They follow ancient magnetism just as I did, swimming toward destiny disguised as choice, finding home in the very element that terrified us. Love, like the ocean, has endless depths to explore. And I plan to spend eternity discovering every secret with the man the sea sent. My partner, my guardian companion, my impossible gift wrapped in kelp and starlight. Tonight, when the moon rises full and the tide reaches its peak, we'll swim to our secret cove. There, in waters that birthed our transformation, we'll renew silent vows only the ocean knows. Tomorrow we'll bring new turtles to count, new reefs to protect, and new mysteries to unravel. But in this perfect moment, with waves singing lullabies and moonlight painting silver paths across dark waters, I need nothing more than the steady breathing of my beloved beside me and the eternal rhythm of the sea. For I have learned the ocean's ultimate truth. Some souls are destined to find their deepest love where the earth meets the water, where magic whispers through salt spray, where impossible romance proves more real than ordinary dreams. And in those liminal spaces where air kisses waves, that's where our forever begins again with each tide. I remember the misty morning when my life changed forever. The salt-kissed air filled my lungs as I walked alongside my grandmother on the shores of our ancestral Maca land in Washington. The beach stretched before us like an endless canvas, painted with the treasures and tragedies of the previous night's tide. My name is Talon, and at 17, I believed I understood the world. The confidence of youth shielded me from the deeper mysteries that flowed around me, like the currents of the Pacific. My grandmother moved slowly ahead of me, her weathered hands reaching down to collect fallen starfish from the wet sand. With gentle movements born from decades of respect for the sea, she placed each one back into the water. I watched her repeat this ritual dozens of times, and a sense of futility washed over me. "Grandmother, why do you do this?" I asked, my feet sinking into the cool sand. There are too many. It won't make a difference. She paused, the morning light catching the silver in her hair. Her eyes, dark and wise as the ocean depths, found mine. Without words, she crossed the distance between us and placed a starfish in my palm. Its arms moved subtly against my skin, seeking the embrace of the water. "To this one, it will," she said simply. Her words settled into me like stones dropping to the seafloor. I joined her that morning, returning each starfish to the waves, feeling something shift within me with each life saved. That night, exhausted from our work on the shore, I fell into a deep sleep. My dreams carried me back to the beach, but instead of morning light, the shore was bathed in moonlight that danced across the water like scattered diamonds. I stood alone at the water's edge when the surface began to shimmer. From beneath the gentle waves emerged a woman cloaked in blue that shifted and flowed like the sea itself. Her hair floated around her as if still underwater, adorned with pearls and tiny shells that clinked softly with her movements. Her eyes held the depth of ocean trenches and the sparkle of sunlight on water. "Talon," she spoke, her voice like the whisper of waves against the shore. "I am Ahyoka, guardian of these waters." "This is just a dream," I said, though even as the words left my mouth, I felt their untruth. Ahyoka smiled, and small lights seemed to dance around her lips. Sometimes dreams are where truth visits us most clearly. She moved toward me, her feet barely touching the sand. From around her neck, she removed a necklace made of silver shells strung together on what looked like strands of moonlight. "Because of your kindness today, the ocean will always protect you," she said, placing the necklace over my head. The shells rested cool against my chest, but quickly warmed to my skin as if they belonged there. "I only helped a few," I admitted. "There were hundreds more." "A heart that cares for one cares for all," Ahyoka replied. "The ocean remembers every kindness, just as it remembers every harm." She reached out and touched my forehead with fingers that felt like cool water. "Carry this blessing with you, Talon of the Macaw. The sea is now your ally." Before I could respond, she dissolved into sea foam and mist, leaving me alone on the shore with only the necklace as proof of our encounter. I awoke the next morning with the taste of salt on my lips. My hand immediately went to my chest, expecting to find nothing, but the silver shell necklace rested against my skin. I didn't tell anyone about my dream or the necklace's mysterious appearance. Some gifts aren't meant to be explained. In the years that followed, I grew into a man. I studied marine biology, driven by a deep connection to the ocean that I couldn't explain to my professors or peers. During breaks from school, I returned home to work on my uncle's fishing boat, feeling more alive on the water than anywhere else. It was during one such break, when I was 23, that I met Kai. She volunteered at the local marine life rehabilitation center, where I sometimes helped. Her hands moved with the same gentle certainty my grandmother's had when handling injured sea creatures. "You have a gift with them," I told her one afternoon as we released a healed sea lion back into the waves. Kai pushed her dark hair from her face, leaving a smudge of sand on her cheek that I resisted the urge to wipe away. "They trust me. I can't explain it better than that." Something about her reminded me of the sea itself, unpredictable, powerful, and captivating. We began spending our free time together, first as friends, and then as something more. I showed her my grandmother's starfish ritual, and she showed me hidden tidal pools teeming with life that I'd somehow missed, despite growing up on these shores. On a warm summer evening, sitting on the rocks watching the sunset turn the water to fire, I showed Kai my necklace and told her about Ahyoka. "You think I'm crazy," I said, when I finished my story. Instead of laughing, Kai touched the silver shells with reverence. The elders in my family tell stories of the ocean's guardians. They say some people are chosen. Her eyes met mine. I believe you, Talon. In that moment, with the dying light painting her skin gold, I fell in love with her. Our lives flowed together like converging currents. After finishing our studies, we both found work that kept us close to the sea and one another. Kai continued her conservation work, and I divided my time between research and helping my aging uncle with his fishing business. 3 years into our relationship, I took my uncle's boat out alone. The weather report promised clear skies, but the old-timers at the docks had shaken their heads at the peculiar green tint on the horizon. I should have heeded their warnings. By mid-afternoon, the sky darkened to a bruised purple. The wind picked up, churning the once calm water into frenzied peaks. I turned the boat toward shore, but the storm overtook me with frightening speed. Rain pelted the windows like thrown stones, and visibility dropped to nothing. A massive wave struck the port side, nearly capsizing the vessel. Equipment crashed around the cabin as I struggled to maintain control. The radio crackled with static when I tried to call for help, the signal lost in the storm's fury. Another wave hit, and this time the boat lurched sickeningly. The impact threw me against the wall, pain exploding in my shoulder. Through the disorientation, I felt a warmth against my chest. The silver shell necklace glowed with a blue-green light that pulsed like a heartbeat. "Ayoka," I whispered, clutching the shells. The cabin filled with the scent of salt and something sweeter, like night-blooming flowers that grew along the shore. A voice whispered in my ear, though I couldn't make out the words. The necklace grew warmer, almost hot against my skin. I staggered to the wheel, guided by some instinct deeper than thought. The glowing necklace cast enough light for me to see the controls. As if responding to an unspoken command, the waves around the boat calmed, creating a small pocket of relative stillness in the heart of the storm. Through gaps in the clouds, I glimpsed stars arranged in patterns I'd never seen before. They seemed to form a path through the churning sea. I followed, trusting the impossible guidance. Hours passed in a strange, dreamlike state. I felt neither hunger nor fatigue, only a profound sense of protection. The storm continued to rage, but it seemed to part around my small vessel like water flowing around a stone. As dawn broke, the shoreline appeared through thinning fog. I guided the boat into the familiar harbor, amazed to find it intact. The dock was crowded with people. Other fishermen who had wisely stayed ashore, Coast Guard personnel, and Kai, her face drawn with worry. I secured the boat with shaking hands. The moment my feet touched the dock, Kai rushed into my arms. "We thought you were lost," she sobbed against my neck. "No one could have survived that storm." I touched the now cool necklace under my shirt. I had help. Later, after the questions and the disbelief from others had subsided, Kai and I walked along the shore where my journey had begun years ago. The beach was littered with debris from the storm, driftwood, seaweed, and dozens of stranded starfish. Without discussion, we began gathering them, returning each one to the water. When we reached the last starfish, Kai placed it in my palm just as my grandmother had done. "To this one it will," she quoted with a smile. I waded into the water to release the starfish. As it left my hand, the surface of the sea rippled strangely. For just a moment, I glimpsed a woman's face in the water. Dark eyes, flowing hair adorned with shells, and a smile that carried both wisdom and affection. "Thank you," I whispered. That night, I asked Kai to marry me on the same beach. As she said yes, I felt the necklace warm slightly against my skin. A silent blessing from the sea. Years have passed since then. Kai and I built a life together by the water, raising our daughter, Ahyoka, named for the guardian who saved my life. My grandmother is gone now, but her wisdom remains. Every morning, our little family walks the shore, returning fallen starfish to the waves. Our daughter asks the same question I once did. Why do we do this when there are so many? I place a starfish in her small hand and repeat the words that changed my life. To this one, it will. Sometimes, when the light hits the water just right, I catch glimpses of a woman in blue watching us from the waves. My daughter waves to her without fear, as if greeting an old friend. Kai notices too, though we rarely speak of it. Some mysteries are meant to be felt rather than explained. But on quiet nights when the moon turns the sea to silver, I touch the shell necklace I never remove and remember that lesson. Even the smallest kindness creates ripples that last forever. The ocean remembers, and sometimes, if your heart is open, it blesses you in return. By her 10th birthday, our daughter Ahyoka had inherited both my connection to the sea and her mother's gentle hands for healing. Her eyes held the same depth as her namesake, sometimes reflecting wisdom far beyond her years. One evening, as the three of us walked along our familiar shore, Ahyoka ran ahead, her footprints leaving temporary marks on the wet sand. She stopped suddenly and knelt, her small body tensed with excitement. "Dad! Mom, come quick!" she called. Kai and I exchanged glances, our fingers intertwined as we quickened our pace. When we reached her, Ahyoka was gently cradling a tiny sea turtle hatchling in her palms. The creature was no larger than a silver dollar, its flippers moving weakly against her skin. "It's all alone," Ahyoka whispered, her face a portrait of concern. The others must have already made it to the sea. I knelt beside her, studying the tiny being. Sea turtles weren't common on our shores. They typically nested hundreds of miles south. Yet here was this little one, struggling against impossible odds. "We need to help it," Kai said, already pulling out her phone to call the Marine Center where she now served as director. As Ahyoka held the hatchling, I noticed my necklace warming against my skin. The silver shells began to pulse with that familiar blue-green light, subtle but unmistakable. Ahyoka's eyes widened as she saw it glowing through my shirt. "Your necklace," she breathed. "It's doing the thing from your stories." Before I could respond, the water before us rippled strangely, a small eddy forming despite the calm sea. From within this swirling pool rose a column of water that took shape as it emerged, the familiar flowing hair, the face I had seen in dreams and the storm. Ahyoka showed no fear, only wonder, as Ahyoka the Guardian approached us. Kai gripped my hand tightly, her breath catching. "She's real," Kai whispered. The Guardian's gaze settled on our daughter, her eyes softening as she took in the child named in her honor. She moved closer, water dripping from her form only to be reabsorbed, never touching the sand. "You have your father's heart," the Guardian said to our daughter, her voice like waves caressing shells. "And your mother's healing touch." My daughter looked up at me, seeking reassurance, and I nodded encouragingly. "This is Ahyoka," I told her. "The one who saved me in the storm." The Guardian bent slightly, examining the turtle in my daughter's hands. With delicate movements, she touched a finger to the hatchling's shell. A ripple of blue light spread from the point of contact, enveloping the tiny creature. "This one has journeyed far from home," Ahyoka, the Guardian, said. "Like your ancestors once did, little one." The turtle's movements strengthened, its flippers beating with renewed vigor. "Will it be okay now?" my daughter asked. The Guardian smiled. "With your help, yes. But there is more to its journey, and yours." She straightened, her gaze encompassing all three of us now. The ocean faces dangers greater than storms. The creatures within it cry out for protection. "The pollution," Kai said, her voice heavy with knowledge from her conservation work. "The warming waters, the plastic." The guardian nodded, sadness rippling across her features like shadows on water. I can heal one turtle, but the sea needs more than what I alone can give. She looked meaningfully at my daughter. It needs those who walk the shore to remember they are also of the water. My necklace grew warmer, and suddenly I understood. You want us to help. I want to offer a gift, she corrected. As I once did to you, Talon. From the water around her materialized 3 perfect luminescent shells, one a deep blue with silver edges, one green as kelp in sunlight, and one iridescent white. They floated before her, suspended in air that somehow held the quality of water. A choice for each of you, she said. The ocean remembers those who remember it. She guided the blue shell toward me, the green toward Kai, and the white toward our daughter. Take them only if you wish to bind yourselves more deeply to the sea and its fate. I looked at Kai, seeing my own questions reflected in her eyes. But our daughter had no hesitation. She reached out, her small fingers closing around the white shell. The moment she touched it, it seemed to melt into her palm, leaving behind a faint pattern on her skin like mother of pearl. Ayoka gasped, but not in pain. It tingles, she said with delight. Seeing her joy, Kai and I reached for our shells simultaneously. The sensation was cool at first, then warm as the shells dissolved into our palms, leaving identical patterns. You are now bound to one another and the sea. She gestured toward the turtle. Start with this little one. Help him find his way home, and he will show you where your journey begins. With those cryptic words, she sank back into the water. Just before disappearing completely, she looked directly at our daughter. Remember, little Ayoka, kindness creates ripples without end. Then she was gone, leaving only gently lapping waves against the shore. That night, as we placed the turtle in a saltwater tank at Kai's Marine Center, I noticed how the mark on my palm seemed to pulse in time with its heartbeat. Our daughter refused to leave its side, falling asleep in a chair beside the tank, her marked hand pressed against the glass. Kai found me staring out the center's windows at the moonlit sea beyond. Do you regret it? She asked softly, coming to stand beside me. Binding us to whatever this is? I took her hand, our marked palms pressing together, sending a current of warmth up my arm. How could I regret anything that connects me more deeply to you and to the water that brought us together? She leaned her head against my shoulder, her body fitting perfectly against mine, as it had for all these years. What do you think she meant about the turtle showing us where our journey begins? I don't know, I admitted, but I think we'll find out soon. I was right. The turtle, which our daughter had named Silver for the unusual metallic flecks on its shell, recovered with remarkable speed. Within days, it was swimming energetically around the tank, showing none of the lethargy or confusion common in stranded hatchlings. A week after our encounter with the Guardian, I awoke in the middle of the night to find my palm glowing softly. Beside me, Kai stirred, her own hand illuminated by the same inner light. It's Silver, she murmured, instantly alert. He's calling. We found our daughter already in the hallway, her white-patterned palm held before her like a lantern. We need to take him to the sea, she said with certainty. By the time we reached the Marine Center, Silver was swimming in agitated circles, bumping against the glass as if trying to escape. The moment we entered, he calmed, floating in the center of the tank with his gaze fixed on us. He wants to go now, Ayoka insisted, already filling a transport container with water. Under most circumstances, we would have waited until morning, followed protocols for release. But the pull we felt was undeniable, a tug beneath our skin that resonated with the marks on our palms. This was beyond explanation, beyond the rational world of marine biology and conservation that Kai and I had dedicated our lives to. We loaded Silver into our boat and set out under stars that seemed unusually bright. The sea was calm, a gentle swell rocking us as we moved away from shore. I expected to travel south, toward warmer waters where sea turtles typically dwelled. But the marks on our palms guided us west, toward deeper waters. Ayoka sat at the bow, Silver's container beside her. The turtle pressed against the side closest to her, as if drawing comfort from her presence. After an hour, the pull intensified. Our palms glowed brightly enough to illuminate the deck around us. Silver became increasingly active, swimming in tight, excited circles. "Here," Kai and I said simultaneously as our boat glided to a stop. The three of us gathered at the side, and Ayoka carefully lifted Silver from his container. "Are you sure?" she asked the turtle, who blinked up at her with ancient eyes. I placed my hand on my daughter's shoulder. "He'll find his way now." She nodded, bending to place Silver gently into the dark water. The moment he touched the sea, something extraordinary happened. The water around him began to glow with the same blue-green light as our palms. Silver circled once, twice, then dived. Instead of disappearing into the depths, a trail of luminescence marked his path, like a runway of light stretching ahead of him. The three of us watched in awe as the glowing trail extended farther and farther into the distance. Then, on the horizon, another light answered, a pillar of radiance reaching from the sea toward the stars. "That's where he's going," Ayoka whispered. "And that's where we need to go too," Kai added, her eyes reflecting the distant light. The journey took us 3 more hours, following Silver's luminous trail across waters that grew increasingly rich with life. Dolphins surfaced alongside our boat, their bodies streaked with the same otherworldly glow. Flying fish leaped over our bow, trailing sparks of light. Beneath us, the shadows of larger creatures, whales perhaps, or something older, kept pace with our vessel. As we neared the pillar of light, the sea around us transformed. The water became impossibly clear, revealing coral structures below that defied the depths they inhabited. These were not the dying reefs Kai had shown me in her research photos, but vibrant, thriving ecosystems pulsing with colors I had no names for. The pillar emanated from a perfect circle of water that remained utterly still, despite the surrounding waves. As our boat approached its edge, the engines died without warning. The sudden silence was profound, broken only by the gentle lapping of water against the hull. "We have to go in," Ayoka said, already removing her shoes. "Wait," I cautioned, parental instinct warring with the pull I felt toward the glowing circle. "We don't know what's down there." Kai moved to the side, studying the luminous water. "I think we do, Talon." She looked up at me, her eyes reflecting the surreal light. "It's a sanctuary, Silver's home, and maybe ours too in a way." Before I could respond, a shape broke the surface in the center of the circle. Silver, his small head poking above the water. He seemed to be watching us, waiting. "See? He's inviting us," our daughter said, her voice filled with the unquestioning certainty of childhood. Kai and I exchanged glances. Years of marriage had given us the ability to communicate volumes in a single look. I saw her scientific curiosity warring with caution. But beneath that, the same inexplicable pull I felt. We had both lived our lives in service to the sea. If this was where that path led, how could we turn back? "Together," I said, reaching for both their hands. "We go together." We slipped into the water as one, the temperature perfect against our skin. Neither too warm nor too cool, as if the sea had adjusted itself to welcome us. The moment the water closed over our heads, I realized we could breathe. Ayoka's eyes widened with wonder, bubbles of surprised laughter escaping her lips to form perfect spheres that floated upward, carrying the sound of her joy. Kai squeezed my hand, her expression mirroring our daughter's amazement. Silver swam circles around us, then darted ahead, clearly expecting us to follow. As we swam deeper, the source of the light revealed itself. A vast structure that somehow combined elements of coral, crystal, and living tissue. It resembled a city and a reef simultaneously, with spires reaching toward the surface and caverns delving deep into the ocean floor. And it was populated. Shapes moved among the structures, some recognizable as marine life, others more ambiguous. Forms that appeared human from a distance revealed themselves to be different upon closer inspection. These beings had gills along their ribs, webbing between fingers, and eyes adapted to see in the ocean depths. They noticed our approach, gathering at the boundary of their city. From among them emerged a familiar figure, Ayoka, the guardian. Though here in her domain, she appeared more regal, her form more defined. The flowing blue I had taken for clothing was actually part of her body, a luminescent skin that shifted with her movements. "You have come," she said, her voice perfectly clear underwater. "And you have brought our little wanderer home." Silver swam to her, circling her form before settling into her outstretched hands. She stroked his shell with obvious affection. "He is one of many who have been displaced," she explained. "The warming waters confuse them, send them to shores where they cannot survive." "But why bring us here?" Kai asked, her voice somehow carrying despite the water. "What can we do that you cannot?" Ayoka's expression grew solemn. "We are bound to the water, unable to walk your shores or speak directly to those who damage our home." She gestured around at the magnificent city reef. "This sanctuary is one of the last of its kind, protected by magic older than human memory. But even our power has limits." She approached us, Silver still cradled in her hands. "The marks you bear connect you to us now. Through them, you may visit our realm, breathe our waters, and speak our language. And through you, we hope to reach others who walk the shore." "You want us to be messengers," I realized. "Ambassadors," she corrected. "Between two worlds that must learn to live in balance before it is too late for both." My daughter swam forward, her movements already adapted to this underwater realm. "I want to help," she said simply. The guardian smiled. "I know, little one. That is why you were chosen before you were born." I felt a momentary chill, despite the perfect temperature of the water. "What do you mean, chosen?" Ayoka turned her gaze to me. "Do you truly believe our first meeting on that storm-tossed night was chance, Talon? The sea has been calling to your family for generations. Your grandmother knew, though in her own way." The realization washed over me. My grandmother's ritual with the starfish, her quiet insistence on respecting the ocean and its creatures. Had she too been touched by this realm? Kai moved to float beside me, her hand finding mine underwater. "Whatever this means for our family," she said, "we face it together." The months that followed our first visit to the sanctuary changed us in ways both subtle and profound. On the surface, we continued our lives. Kai at the Marine Center, me dividing time between research and careful fishing, our daughter attending school and making friends. But beneath this ordinary existence flowed an extraordinary current. Once each month, when the moon hung full over the water, we would return to the sanctuary. Each visit deepened our connection to the ocean's hidden workings and to one another. Our daughter's gift for healing grew stronger under the tutelage of the guardians. My water connection allowed me to sense coming storms days before weather instruments detected them. Kai developed an unerring ability to track pollution to its source, making her conservation work more effective than ever. We began meeting others like us, families touched by the sea, bearing similar marks. A fisherman from Japan who could call fish to his nets and release them unharmed after taking only what he needed. a marine biologist from Australia whose touch could heal damaged coral, a child in Florida who walked beaches after storms, healing injured birds with the same gentle power our daughter possessed. Together, we formed a network of ocean ambassadors, sharing what we learned from the guardians. We organized beach cleanups that attracted hundreds of volunteers. We developed sustainable practices that others adopted when they saw how effective they were. On our daughter's 11th birthday, the guardians introduced her to 3 other children from around the world who shared her gifts: Kofi from Ghana, Linnea from Sweden, and Tama from New Zealand. They will learn together, Ayoka told us. The burden is too great for any single child to bear alone. I watched our daughter laughing with her new friends, her face alight with joy and purpose. Pride swelled within me, alongside a bittersweet recognition that she was growing into a destiny larger than anything Kai or I could have imagined for her. Back on our boat that night, after our daughter had fallen asleep, exhausted from her celebration, Kai and I stood at the rail watching the full moon create a silver path across the water. "Our lives will never be simple again," I said, neither a complaint nor a celebration, merely an acknowledgement. Kai leaned against me, her head finding that perfect spot on my shoulder. "They never were, Talon. Not from the moment you first placed a starfish back into the waves." I wrapped my arm around her, feeling the steady rhythm of her breathing against me. "No regrets?" I asked. She looked up at me, her face holding all the beauty and mystery of the ocean we served. "Not one," she promised. As if in answer, the water around our boat glowed softly, trails of luminescence spreading outward like ripples from a stone. I recognized it as the Guardian's way of showing approval, their presence felt even when unseen. "To this one, it will," I whispered, the phrase that had started everything now carrying layers of meaning I was still discovering. "To all of them," Kai amended gently, gesturing toward our sleeping daughter. "Through her, and us, and everyone we touch." I kissed her then, under the full moon with the ocean glowing around us, our marked palms pressed together between our hearts. The kiss held everything: our past, our present, our future, all flowing together like currents in the vast sea that had claimed us as its own. And as our boat drifted homeward, I felt the silver shell necklace warm against my chest, a reminder that the smallest act of kindness could change not just one life, but countless others across the vast, interconnected waters of our world. "I own you, and yet I would die for you," the silver blade pressed against my palm, drawing a thin line of crimson that spilled onto the ancient marble floor. I didn't flinch. Pain had become my closest companion these past 5 years, ever since the vampires had claimed our world as their own. "Do you accept the terms of this blood oath, human?" Lucian's voice echoed through the cathedral-like chamber, smooth as velvet, yet sharp as the knife he held. I raised my eyes to meet his, midnight blue with flecks of silver that seemed to capture the light of the torches surrounding us. His beauty was devastating, cruel in its perfection. High cheekbones, full lips curved into a perpetual half-smile, and skin like polished alabaster. The rumors hadn't done him justice. Lord Lucian Aramis was every bit the predator they claimed, and more. "I accept," I said, my voice steadier than I felt. "My life for theirs." His smile widened, revealing the sharp tips of his fangs. "Your life, your blood, your body, everything you are now belongs to me, Isolde Black." The way he said my name sent an unwelcome shiver down my spine. I hated him. I hated every vampire who had stolen our world, who had forced humanity into servitude, who had killed my family and countless others. But I hated myself more at that moment because I couldn't deny the pull I felt toward him despite everything. "And in return," I said, You will spare the resistance members you captured. You will grant amnesty to any human who lays down their weapons." Lucian nodded, his eyes never leaving mine as he pressed his own palm against the blade. His blood was darker than mine, almost black in the dim light. When he clasped my hand in his, our blood mingling, I gasped at the sensation, like electricity racing through my veins. "The blood oath is sealed," he murmured. "You are mine now, Isolde. My bride. The symbol of peace between our kinds." I pulled my hand away, wiping it against the tattered remains of what had once been my battle gear. "I agreed to be your bride in name only. Don't confuse that with submission, vampire." He laughed then, a rich sound warming the cold stone around us. Oh, my fierce little warrior. I wouldn't dream of it. The chamber they led me to was unlike anything I had seen since the fall. Luxury didn't begin to describe it. Tapestries of deep crimson and gold adorned walls of polished black stone. A massive four-poster bed dominated the space, draped in silks that shimmered in the firelight. "Your quarters," said the servant, a human girl no older than 16 with the telltale puncture marks on her neck. A willing donor. My stomach turned. "I'm to be kept in a gilded cage, then." She bowed her head. "Lord Lucian thought you would be more comfortable here than in the cells below." "How considerate of him," I muttered, running my fingers over the silken bedspread. "And where is my husband?" "The council required his presence. He will join you later." After she left, I spent hours examining every inch of the room, searching for weaknesses, escape routes, anything I could use. The windows, tall, arched things of stained glass, were sealed with magic that repelled me like an invisible wall. The door was heavy oak, reinforced with iron bands, and locked from the outside. I was trapped. Properly, thoroughly trapped. Exhaustion eventually won out over my determination. I sank onto the edge of the bed, allowing myself a moment of weakness as tears threatened to spill. I had led the resistance for 5 years. I had watched friends die, had killed vampires with my own hands, and had survived on hope alone when food and supplies ran scarce. And now I had traded my freedom to save the lives of my people. Had I made the right choice? Or had I just damned us all by aligning myself with the enemy? The door swung open without warning, and Lucian stood framed in the doorway. He had changed from the ceremonial black robes into something more casual, if you could call a silk shirt that probably cost more than most humans earned in a year casual. "You look troubled, bride." He closed the door behind him, the lock clicking into place. I stood, squaring my shoulders. "Don't call me that. It's what you are." He moved toward me with that inhuman grace all vampires possessed, like a liquid shadow. "Would you prefer wife?" "I'd prefer Isolde." He stopped a few feet away, close enough that I could smell him. Sandalwood and something metallic, like blood, but richer. "Very well, Isolde. Are your accommodations suitable?" I laughed bitterly. "For a prisoner? They're luxurious." "You're not a prisoner." His eyes darkened. "You're my consort. A pretty word for the same thing." I folded my arms across my chest. "What happens now, Lucian? You've made your point to your council. You've bound the resistance leader to you. What more do you want?" He studied me with those unsettling eyes. "Want? I want peace, Isolde, the same as you." Peace through subjugation isn't peace. And peace through the extermination of my kind isn't peace either. Yet that was your goal, wasn't it? He moved to a small table and poured dark red liquid from a crystal decanter. "Your resistance has killed hundreds of vampires. After your kind killed thousands of humans." My nails dug into my palms. "Don't pretend you're the victims here." He handed me a glass. "Wine. Real wine, not blood. I thought you might need it. I took it cautiously, sniffing it before taking a small sip. It was wine. Rich, complex, better than anything I'd tasted since before the fall. Thank you, I said reluctantly. Lucian poured himself a glass of something else, something darker. The history between our species is complicated, more so than you know, but that's a conversation for another time. He raised his glass. To new beginnings. I didn't raise mine in return. To survival. His lips quirked up at one corner. Always the pragmatist. He sipped from his glass, watching me over the rim. You should rest. Tomorrow we'll be trying for both of us. Why? Because tomorrow I present you to the court as my bride. His expression turned grim. And not all of my kind are pleased with my choice. Sleep eluded me that night, despite the comfort of the bed, the first real bed I'd slept in for years. When dawn broke, painting the stained glass windows with bars of colored light, I was already awake, sitting by the fire and planning. The blood oath prevented me from directly harming Lucian or plotting against him specifically. I had felt the magic burn through me when we clasped hands. But it said nothing about gathering information, learning the layout of this fortress, finding weaknesses in the vampire hierarchy. I might be bound to Lucian, but my loyalty remained with humanity. A knock at the door preceded the entrance of 3 servant girls, each carrying various items: clothes, jewelry, cosmetics. Lord Lucian requests your presence at court in 2 hours, said the eldest, a woman perhaps a few years older than my 27. We're here to help you prepare. I wanted to refuse, to show up in my tattered resistance gear just to spite them all. But that would be childish, and worse, it would be wasting an opportunity. Court meant vampires. Vampires meant information. Information meant power. So I allowed them to bathe me in scented water, to dress me in a gown of midnight blue silk that matched Lucian's eyes, a coincidence that didn't escape my notice, and to adorn me with silver jewelry set with sapphires. When they finished, I barely recognized the woman in the mirror. Gone was the resistance leader with dirt-smudged cheeks and determination in her eyes. In her place stood someone who looked like she belonged in this world of luxury and blood. The thought made me sick. Lucian arrived to escort me himself, dressed in formal attire that accentuated his broad shoulders and lean strength. He stopped in the doorway, his eyes widening slightly as he took me in. You look... He paused, seeming to search for the right word. Domesticated? I suggested bitterly. His lips quirked. I was going to say regal, like the queen you are now. I snorted. I'm no queen. But you are. He offered his arm. You are consort to the Lord of House Aramis, the first house of the Vampire Council. That makes you royalty in our world. I ignored his arm. I didn't ask for a title. Few who deserve power seek it. He lowered his arm with a slight shrug. Come, we shouldn't keep the court waiting. The walk through the fortress, palace really, gave me my first real glimpse of vampire society. It was nothing like the savage, blood-soaked chaos I had imagined. Vampires moved through the halls with purpose, discussing politics, art, and science. Human servants walked freely, without chains or obvious coercion. Some even smiled at their masters. Surprised? Lucian murmured, noticing my expression. Confused, I admitted. This isn't what I expected. The world isn't as black and white as your resistance paints it. We reached a set of massive double doors, carved with intricate scenes of battle and feasting. Guards in black armor stood at attention, bowing deeply as we approached. Remember, Lucian said quietly as the doors opened. Show no fear. They can smell it. The vampire court was a riot of color and sound. Hundreds of them, dressed in their finest, gathered in a cavernous hall with ceilings so high they disappeared into shadow. Thrones of ebony and silver stood on a raised dais at the far end, 7 of them in total. Every eye turned to us as we entered. Conversations died. Music faded. The silence was absolute. And then the whispers began. Human. Resistance leader. Blood oath. Abomination. Lucian's hand found the small of my back, not guiding but supporting. I hated that I leaned into it, just slightly. We walked the length of the hall, my heart pounding so loudly I was certain every vampire could hear it. Perhaps they could. The dais loomed closer, and I could now see the 6 vampires who occupied the other thrones. 3 men and 3 women, each with the same ageless beauty as Lucian, but with none of his warmth. Wait, warmth? When had I started thinking of this monster as warm? Lord Aramis, said the central figure, an ancient vampire with skin like parchment and eyes like frozen blood. You honor us with your presence, and with such interesting company. Lucian bowed, and I followed suit, though it pained me to do so. High Lord Corvinus. May I present Isolde Black, leader of the human resistance, and now my consort by blood oath. Murmurs rippled through the court. Bold move, young Aramis, he said. Very bold. Some might say foolish. Some lack vision, Lucian replied smoothly. The war between our species has gone on long enough. This union represents a new beginning. Or the beginning of the end, said a female vampire. Bringing our greatest enemy into our midst? Have you lost your mind, Lucian? I bristled at being spoken about as if I wasn't there. I can hear you, you know. The court fell silent again, shock rippling through the crowd. Apparently, humans did not speak unless spoken to here. The female vampire's eyes blazed with anger. You dare? She dares because she is my equal, Lucian interrupted, his voice like steel. The blood oath binds us as one. Any insult to her is an insult to me, Lady Bathory. Bathory, a name I knew from resistance reports. One of the cruelest vampires, responsible for the deaths of hundreds of human women. My hands itched for a weapon. Corvinus raised a withered hand. Peace, Elizabeth. Lord Aramis has made his choice, however, unconventional. His eyes fixed on me. Tell me, human, do you enter this union willingly? I enter it to save my people, I answered honestly. Whether that's willing depends on your definition. A chuckle rippled through the crowd, surprising me. Perhaps vampires appreciated candor more than I'd thought. Corvinus's lips twitched. A diplomatic answer. Very well. The Council acknowledges this blood oath, and the protection it extends to the human resistance fighters. But know this, Isolde Black. If you betray our trust, if you attempt to harm any vampire under our protection, the oath will not save you or your people. I inclined my head. Understood. The formalities continued. Pledges of loyalty, ritual exchanges that meant nothing to me, but seemed to satisfy the court. Throughout it all, Lucian remained at my side, a steady presence I found myself grudgingly grateful for. When it was over, when we finally returned to my chambers, I collapsed onto a chair, exhaustion washing over me. You did well, Lucian said, pouring me another glass of wine. Better than I expected. I accepted the wine with a nod of thanks. I've faced worse than a room full of judgmental vampires. Have you? He settled into the chair opposite mine, studying me with those unsettling eyes. What is the worst thing you've faced, Isolde? The question caught me off guard. I took a sip of wine to buy time, considering my answer. Watching my brother die in my arms after a vampire raid, I said finally. He was 16, Something flickered in Lucian's eyes. Pain, perhaps, or recognition. I'm sorry. Are you? I leaned forward. It was your kind who killed him. Not all vampires are the same, just as not all humans are the same. He set his glass down. The raid that killed your brother, when was it? 3 years ago, a village near the western mountains. Lucian's expression darkened. That wasn't sanctioned by the council. That was the work of rogues, vampires who reject our laws. I laughed bitterly. And that makes a difference to the dead? It should make a difference to the living. He stood, pacing to the window. The council has been trying to rein in the rogues for years. They're as much our enemies as they are yours. I wanted to argue, to maintain the simple hatred that had fueled me for so long. But doubt crept in, unwelcome and persistent. If he was lying, he was the most convincing liar I had ever met. Why me? I asked suddenly. Why choose the resistance leader for your political statement? There are easier ways to make peace. Lucian turned back to me, his expression unreadable. Because you're the only human who has ever killed an elder and lived to tell the tale. My blood ran cold. How did you know that was me? I've been watching you for longer than you realize, Isolde. His voice dropped lower. Your courage, your determination, your refusal to surrender even when all hope seemed lost. Those are rare qualities in any species. I swallowed hard, uncomfortable with the admiration in his voice. So this is... what? Respect? Partly. He moved closer, and I fought the urge to retreat. But it's also strategy. The resistance follows you. The vampires respect power. By binding myself to you, I bridge 2 worlds. At what cost? I whispered. His eyes searched mine. That remains to be seen. Days turned into weeks. Weeks into a month. Life in the vampire stronghold settled into a routine that was almost normal. Lucian kept his distance, physically at least, sleeping in adjacent chambers and never pressing for more than my company at court functions and private meals. Our conversations grew longer and deeper. I learned about vampire history, the centuries they had spent in hiding, their near extinction at the hands of humans in the Middle Ages, and their eventual decision to claim dominance before they were wiped out completely. He learned about the resistance, our strategies, our victories and failures, our desperate hope to reclaim a world that had been taken from us. And somewhere along the way, the lines began to blur. I found myself looking forward to our evening discussions, to his dry wit and surprising insights. I caught myself watching him when he thought I wasn't looking, admiring the grace with which he moved, the intelligence in his eyes. It was dangerous, this softening. I knew it, but I couldn't stop it. The change in our relationship didn't go unnoticed. Whispers followed us through the court, some approving, others poisonous with hatred. Lady Bathory in particular watched me with murder in her eyes, and I made sure never to turn my back on her. One evening, as the autumn wind howled outside the fortress walls, Lucian returned to our chambers earlier than usual, his expression troubled. "What's wrong?" I asked, setting aside the book I'd been reading, a history of vampire-human relations that contradicted everything I'd believed. He poured himself a glass of blood without answering immediately. When he turned to me, his eyes were dark with worry. There's been an attack on a human settlement near the eastern border. 30 dead, including children. My heart clenched. Vampires? Yes, rogues, led by a former lieutenant of mine. He drained his glass in one swallow. They left a message, for me. What did it say? Blood cannot be diluted without weakening the strain. His jaw tightened. It's me they're targeting. My decision to align with you, with humanity. I stood, moving to his side without thinking. This isn't your fault. Isn't it? He set the glass down with enough force to crack it. I knew there would be opposition. I didn't think they would go this far. Then we fight back. I said it without hesitation, surprising myself. We find these rogues and we stop them. Lucian looked at me, really looked at me, with an intensity that made my breath catch. We? I hesitated only a moment. Yes, we. Your enemies are killing my people. That makes them my enemies too. Something shifted between us in that moment. An acknowledgement of shared purpose, of alliance beyond the forced terms of our blood oath. I'm sending a hunting party at dawn, he said. Elite warriors, trackers who can follow the rogue's trail. I want to go with them. He shook his head immediately. Too dangerous. I've been fighting vampires for 5 years, I reminded him. I know their weaknesses better than your warriors do. And if you get yourself killed, what happens to our alliance then? His voice roughened. What happens to... He stopped abruptly. To what? I pressed. His eyes met mine, and the emotion in them floored me. To us, he said simply. I didn't know how to respond to that, to the implication that there was an us beyond political necessity, to the way my heart raced at the thought. I can take care of myself, I said instead. I know you can. He reached out, his fingers brushing my cheek in the lightest of touches. That doesn't mean you should have to. I leaned into his touch before I could stop myself. His skin was cool against mine, but not cold, never as cold as I had expected a vampire to be. Let me do this, I said softly. Let me prove that our alliance can work both ways. He searched my face for a long moment, then nodded reluctantly. On one condition. What? I come with you. Dawn found us at the eastern gate of the fortress, a party of 10, 8 vampire warriors, Lucian, and myself. I wore battle gear again, not the finery of court, and the familiar weight of weapons at my hip and across my back centered me. The vampires regarded me with mixtures of curiosity, respect, and suspicion. I ignored them, focusing instead on the task ahead. Lucian gave the order to move out, and we set a punishing pace through the foothills, following the faint trail left by the rogue vampires. I kept up easily, my years with the resistance having hardened me to long treks and difficult terrain. By midday, we reached the site of the attack, a small farming community reduced to ash and blood. Bodies lay where they had fallen, some partially burned, others drained completely of blood. I knelt beside the smallest one, a child no older than 5, and felt the familiar rage rise within me. This was never sanctioned, Lucian said quietly, coming to stand beside me. This is not how we feed, not how we live. I looked up at him, searching his face for lies and finding only grief and anger that mirrored my own. Then why do your rogues do it? Power. The thrill of the kill. His hands clenched at his sides. Some vampires believe humans are nothing more than livestock. The council has outlawed such thinking, but laws are only as good as their enforcement, I finished for him. He nodded grimly. Come, the trail leads north. We buried the dead before continuing, a task the vampire warriors undertook without complaint to my surprise. One of them, a female with hair like spun gold, worked alongside me to dig the graves. You're not what I expected, she said, as we lowered a body into the earth. Neither are you, I replied. She offered a small smile. Mira, House Corvinus. Isolde. House. I hesitated, still uncomfortable claiming Lucian's name as my own. House Aramis, she finished for me. We know who you are, Oath Bride. The question is whether you know. I frowned. What do you mean? But Lucian called for us to move out before she could answer, and the moment was lost. We tracked the rogues into the mountains as night fell. Vampires saw perfectly in darkness, but I struggled to keep my footing on the treacherous slopes. Lucian stayed close, occasionally steadying me with a hand at my elbow or the small of my back. We're close, he murmured as we reached a narrow pass between two peaks. They're making for the old fortress beyond the ridge. I nodded, tightening my grip on my weapons, a silver-edged sword and a crossbow loaded with wooden bolts. Standard resistance issue for vampire hunting. Lucian eyed them with a raised brow. Planning to use those on me if I turn on you? Would they work? I countered. His lips quirked. Probably not. I'm older than I look. How old is that, exactly? Old enough to remember when humans feared the dark for good reason. Before I could press for a more specific answer, Mira returned from her scouting position ahead. My lord, they've set up defenses around the fortress. At least 20 rogues, maybe more. Lucian frowned. More than we anticipated. We should return for reinforcements, suggested one of the other warriors, a giant of a vampire with scars crisscrossing his face. No time, I said. They'll be gone by then, or they'll attack another settlement. What do you suggest, then? Lucian asked me, surprising the others with his deference to a human. I considered the problem. A diversion. Something to draw them out while a smaller team infiltrates the fortress. And what would make a suitable diversion? Mira asked. I smiled grimly. Me. The plan was simple but dangerous. I would approach the fortress alone, posing as a lost human traveler. The rogues, unable to resist fresh blood, would pursue me into the narrow pass where Lucian and the others would ambush them. Meanwhile, Mira and 2 others would circle to the fortress's rear entrance. This is madness, Lucian growled as I prepared to descend from our hidden position. They'll tear you apart before you reach the pass. I've outrun vampires before. I checked my weapons one last time. Besides, I thought you said I was special. His eyes flashed with something fierce and possessive. You are, which is why I won't lose you to this foolish gambit. You won't lose me. The words came more easily than I expected. I promised to be your bride, remember? I keep my promises. Before he could argue further, I slipped away, making my way down the rocky slope toward the fortress looming in the moonlight. As I approached, I deliberately made noise, stumbling and cursing as if lost. It didn't take long before I spotted them, their shadows detaching from the fortress walls, moving with predatory grace. Well, well, called a voice that raised the hair on my neck. What have we here? A human. All alone in the mountains? I whirled, feigning surprise and fear. The vampire who had spoken stepped into the moonlight, tall, gaunt, with eyes like burning coals. Behind him, others emerged from the darkness. Please, I begged, backing away. I'm lost. My caravan was attacked. I'm just trying to find the main road. The leader laughed. Oh, you found something much more interesting than a road, little human. I turned and ran, not having to fake the surge of adrenaline that propelled me forward. Behind me, I heard their excited cries as they gave chase. The thrill of the hunt was already in their blood. The pass loomed ahead, dark and narrow. I pushed myself harder, feeling the presence of the vampires closing in. One leaped ahead of me, cutting off my escape, his fangs bared in a feral grin. Going somewhere, he hissed. I skidded to a halt, drawing my sword. As a matter of fact, yes. His expression shifted from triumph to confusion, and then to shock as an arrow sprouted from his chest, missing his heart, but sending him stumbling backward. Lucian and his warriors descended from the cliffs above, moving with lethal precision. The fight was brutal and chaotic. Vampire against vampire, with me in the middle, my silver blade flashing in the moonlight as I fought alongside my former enemies. It should have felt wrong. It didn't. I lost track of Lucian in the melee, focusing on survival as two rogues cornered me against the cliff face. I dispatched one with a bolt through the eye, but the second knocked the crossbow from my hands and lunged for my throat. I ducked, bringing my sword up in an arc that would have severed a human's head, but only opened a deep gash across the vampire's chest. He howled in pain, staggering back before charging again. This time I wasn't fast enough. His weight slammed into me, driving me to the ground. Fangs snapped inches from my throat as I struggled to hold him off, the sword trapped between us. Isolde. Lucian's voice cut through the chaos, desperate and enraged. The weight suddenly lifted as the vampire was torn away from me. Lucian stood over him, his eyes blazing with a cold fire I had never seen before. With one fluid motion, he drove a hand into the rogue's chest and ripped out his heart. "Are you hurt?" He was at my side in an instant, his hands checking for injuries, his voice rough with concern. "I'm fine," I gasped, allowing him to pull me to my feet. "The others?" "Dealing with the stragglers. Mira should be in the fortress by now." As if summoned by his words, Mira appeared at the mouth of the pass, her face grim. "My lord, you need to see this." The fortress's interior was a chamber of horrors. Humans hung in various stages of exsanguination, some still alive but barely. Other bodies lay discarded on the floor, drained completely. But it was the center of the chamber that drew our attention. There, on a throne of bones and iron, sat Lady Bathory, her red lips curved in a smile that chilled me to the core. "Lucian," she purred, "how thoughtful of you to join us. And you brought your pet. How sweet." Lucian pushed me behind him, his posture shifting to one of coiled tension. "Elizabeth, I should have known you were behind this." She laughed. "Behind it?" "I created it. This glorious return to our true nature." She gestured to the hanging humans. "We are predators, Lucian, not politicians, not peacekeepers. We are meant to rule through fear, not compromise." "You're insane," he said flatly. "The council will have your head for this." "The council is weak, just like you've become." Her eyes flicked to me with undisguised hatred. "Mixing your blood with hers, diluting our strength. You were meant to be the strongest of us, Lucian, the heir to the first house, and look what you've reduced yourself to, a human's lapdog." I stepped out from behind Lucian, my sword ready. He's twice the leader you'll ever be. Bathory's eyes widened, then narrowed with rage. "You dare speak to me, cattle?" "I dare a lot of things," I replied, moving to stand beside Lucian rather than behind him. "Including this." I lunged forward, my silver blade flashing toward her heart. She was fast, inhumanly so, but I had spent years learning to anticipate vampire movements. The blade sliced across her arm as she twisted away, drawing a hiss of pain. "Kill them!" she shrieked to her remaining followers. "Kill them all!" The battle erupted again, more desperate this time. Lucian fought at my back, our movements synchronized as if we had trained together for years. Where I was vulnerable, he defended. Where he left an opening, I covered. Lady Bathory circled us, waiting for her chance. When it came, a momentary separation as I dispatched a rogue and Lucian turned to help Mira. She struck. She moved too quickly for me to track, a blur of pale skin and crimson silk. One moment she was yards away. The next, her hand closed around my throat, lifting me off the ground. "I'm going to drain you dry," she whispered, her fangs extending. "And I'm going to make him watch." I clawed at her hands, struggled for air, for purchase, for anything that might free me. My vision darkened at the edges. Elizabeth! Lucian's voice cut through the fog descending over my mind. Release her or die where you stand. Bathory laughed. You won't kill me, Lucian. You don't have the... Her words ended in a gurgle as a silver blade erupted from her chest. Not from Lucian, but from Mira, who stood behind her with grim satisfaction. For the record, Mira said as Bathory crumpled to the ground, he absolutely would have killed you. Lucian caught me as I fell, cradling me against his chest as I gasped for air. Isolde, look at me. Stay with me. Not going anywhere, I managed, my voice raw. We had a deal. Relief flooded his features, followed by something deeper, more intense. Before I could identify it, he lowered his mouth to mine. The kiss was gentle, giving me every opportunity to pull away. I didn't. Instead, I wound my arms around his neck and pulled him closer, surrendering to the feelings I had been fighting for weeks. His lips were warm. How had I ever thought vampires would be cold? And they moved against mine with a tenderness that made my heart ache. When we finally broke apart, both breathing heavily, I saw the same wonder in his eyes that I felt in my soul. I've wanted to do that since the moment you stood before the council and called them out on their hypocrisy, he murmured, his forehead resting against mine. I laughed shakily. I've wanted to kill you since the moment you conquered my world. Funny how things change. Do they? He pulled back slightly, searching my face. Have your feelings changed that much, Isolde? Can you truly stand beside a vampire, beside me, without hatred in your heart? It was the question I had been asking myself for weeks. The answer came more easily than I expected. I hated what I thought you were, I said quietly. A monster who saw humans as nothing but food. But you're not that monster, are you? He shook his head slowly. No more than you're the bloodthirsty terrorist some of my kind believed you to be. Around us, the battle had ended. Mira and the others were freeing the surviving humans, their actions gentle and respectful. Vampires helping humans. Humans accepting that help without fear. A new beginning. Just as Lucian had promised. What happens now? I asked, still held in the circle of his arms. His eyes, those midnight blue eyes that had haunted my dreams, held mine steadily. That depends on you. The blood oath binds us, but it doesn't dictate the nature of our bond. That choice is ours. And if I choose to make this real? I pressed my palm against his chest, feeling the slow, steady beat of his heart. Not just political, not just strategic, but real. His hand covered mine. Then I would be honored, Isolde Black, because I have chosen you already, in every way that matters. In that moment, surrounded by the aftermath of violence but filled with the promise of peace, I made my choice. I choose you, I whispered against his lips. Not because of an oath or political necessity, but because of who you are. His smile was radiant, transforming his features from merely beautiful to breathtaking. And I choose you, Isolde, now and for all the centuries to come. 3 months later, I stood on the balcony of what was now truly our chambers, watching the sun set over the mountains. Winter had come, blanketing the landscape in pristine white that glittered like diamonds in the fading light. Strong arms encircled my waist from behind, and I leaned back against Lucian with a contented sigh. "What are you thinking about?" he murmured, his lips brushing the sensitive spot just below my ear. "Everything that's changed." I turned in his embrace, looping my arms around his neck. 3 months ago, I would have died rather than stand in a vampire's arms. And now, And now? His eyes glinted with mischief and desire. Now I can't imagine being anywhere else. It wasn't an easy path we had chosen. The integration of our two societies faced resistance from both sides. Humans who couldn't forget their losses, and vampires who couldn't surrender their superiority. But slowly, village by village, city by city, we were building something new. The council had been reformed after Bathory's betrayal, with Lucian taking Corvinus's place as High Lord. His first act had been to outlaw blood farms and hunting humans, establishing a system of willing donors who were well compensated and treated with respect. My resistance fighters had become peacekeepers, working alongside vampire warriors to maintain order and protect both species from those who would return to the old ways. And I had become something I never thought possible, a bridge between worlds, respected by vampires and humans alike. The Oath Bride, they called me. The human who tamed the most powerful vampire lord and, in doing so, changed the course of history. "Do you ever regret it?" Lucian asked, his fingers tracing the line of my jaw. The blood oath. All of this. I shook my head without hesitation. How could I regret finding peace? Finding you? He smiled, but something lingered in his eyes. A question yet unasked. I waited, knowing he would speak when ready. "There's something I haven't told you," he said finally. "Something about the blood oath." I tensed slightly. What about it? It's more than just a political binding. His hands found mine, our fingers intertwining. It's an ancient ritual, rarely used because of its power. When two souls are bound by blood willingly, truly willingly, it creates a connection that transcends ordinary bonds. "What are you saying?" I whispered, though some part of me already knew. "I'm saying that I felt it the moment our blood mingled, the potential, the possibility." His eyes held mine, vulnerable in a way I rarely saw him. "If you desire it, the blood oath can make you like me. Not fully vampire, but no longer fully human either. A hybrid with the strengths of both." I stared at him, momentarily speechless. "You mean immortality?" "A form of it. A life measured in centuries rather than decades." His thumb stroked across my knuckles. "It would mean you wouldn't have to age while I remain the same. It would mean not having to say goodbye." The thought stole my breath. Not death, but its opposite. An eternity with Lucian. An eternity to build the world we had started to create. "How?" I asked, my voice barely audible. "A second ritual, the completion of what we began." His gaze was solemn. "But Isolde, it must be your choice. Freely made, with full understanding of what you'd be giving up." "And what would that be?" "The simplicity of humanity, the certainty of an end." He brushed a strand of hair from my face. "I won't lie to you. It's not an easy existence. There is beauty in mortality that the endless years can dim." I considered his words, the weight of the choice before me, to remain human, to live out my natural life with him, and then leave him to face eternity alone. Or to step into the unknown, to embrace a new form of existence with all its complexities. "I don't need to decide now?" I asked. "No, you have time." He pressed his forehead to mine. "I would wait a lifetime for your answer, Isolde." I smiled, turning my face to capture his lips in a kiss that spoke of promises and possibilities. "You won't have to wait that long. But tonight..." "Tonight?" His voice roughened as my hands slid beneath his shirt, tracing the cool perfection of his skin. "Tonight, let's just be what we are. A vampire and a human who found love when they should have found hatred." I pulled him closer, reveling in the way his body responded to mine. Show me what forever could feel like. His answer was a kiss that burned through me like wildfire, consuming everything but the certainty that I had found my place in the world. Not as a resistance fighter, not as a political pawn, but as a woman who had dared to love her enemy and, in doing so, had changed the fate of two species. As Lucian carried me to our bed, his eyes darkening with desire and tenderness, I knew that whatever choice I made about immortality, I had already claimed a kind of eternity in his arms. "I own you," he whispered against my skin, echoing the words of our first meeting. "And yet, I would die for you." I pulled him down to me, my heart overflowing with a love I had never thought possible. "And I you," I breathed. "In this life and whatever comes after." The blood oath that had begun as chains had become wings, lifting us beyond the limitations of our separate worlds into something new, something revolutionary. Not subjugation, not submission, but unity, born of choice and sealed with love. I never meant to fall in love during the longest night of the year. In our village, where darkness draped across the sky like crushed velvet, love was as rare as summer sunshine. We were practical people, born of ice and necessity, our hearts supposedly as frozen as the tundra beneath our feet. But as I stood beneath the cosmic dance of emerald and violet lights that painted our eternal winter nights, my voice rising to meet them, I discovered that even the coldest hearts could thaw. The air that night bit at my exposed skin with needle-sharp teeth, but I barely noticed. My voice carried across the pristine snow, weaving through the air in silvery threads that seemed to catch the starlight. Above me, the aurora responded, rippling in waves of jade and amethyst, sending warmth cascading down over our sleeping village. The ancient magic hummed in my blood, passed down through generations of my family, though only my grandmother had known of my gift before she disappeared into the endless white 5 years ago. The storm announced itself with a deep rumble that shook the ground beneath my feet. I watched it approach from my position atop Crystal Hill, the wind carrying the scent of snow and something else, something ancient and sharp, like metal left too long in the cold. The approaching wall of white stretched from earth to sky, swallowing the stars in its path. My song faltered as I spotted a dark figure stumbling through the thickening snow. The lights above dimmed in response, their warmth receding, and the bitter cold crept back into the air. The figure collapsed at the base of the hill, and without thinking, I ran down the icy slope, my boots crunching in the fresh powder. The wind whipped my hair, which shimmered with the same ethereal colors as the aurora above, across my face, carrying the scent of pine and frost. He was barely conscious when I reached him, his skin pale as moonlight against his dark beard, lips tinged an alarming shade of blue. Frost clung to his eyelashes like tiny diamonds, and his breathing came in shallow puffs of white mist. Despite our village's wariness of outsiders, I couldn't leave him to freeze. I hooked my arms under his and dragged him toward my cabin at the village's edge, my muscles burning with the effort. Inside my cabin, the fire cast dancing shadows on walls, lined with drying herbs and crystals, my grandmother's legacy. I stoked the flames until they roared, their heat pushing back the infiltrating cold. As I wrapped him in my grandmother's quilts, each one stitched with patterns that seemed to move in the firelight, ancient symbols of protection hidden in their designs, color slowly returned to his cheeks. His features were striking, strong jaw softened by dark curls, high cheekbones dusted with frost, and something hauntingly familiar in the curve of his mouth that I couldn't quite place. My fingers itched to trace the line of his jaw, to discover if his skin was as smooth as it looked beneath the stubble. When his eyes finally fluttered open, they revealed irises the color of glacier ice shot through with threads of silver, eyes that seemed to hold centuries of secrets. "The lights," he mumbled, voice rough like stones tumbling down a mountainside. "I almost had them. Rest, I whispered, pressing a cup of hot birch tea to his lips. The steam carried the sweet, earthy scent of herbs and honey. You're safe now. I'm Brian. He managed between sips, his fingers brushing mine as he took the cup. Even that slight touch sent sparks of warmth racing up my arm. I've been searching. The Keeper of Lights. My hand trembled slightly, spilling a few drops of tea that instantly crystallized on the wooden floor. The Keeper of Lights was an old legend, one my grandmother had warned me about. A magical being who could command the aurora, bringing warmth and hope to the frozen north. A being like me. A being that others had hunted for centuries. There's no such thing, I lied, pulling the quilts tighter around him. The patterns seemed to shift beneath my fingers, responding to my unease. Rest now. The storm is getting worse. And it was. The wind rattled my windows with unprecedented fury, and even through the thick logs of my cabin walls, I could hear its mournful howl. This was no ordinary storm. It carried something ancient and angry in its voice, something that made the protective crystals along my windowsills hum with warning. Over the next days, as the storm raged on, Brian recovered his strength. I found myself drawn to him despite my suspicions, fascinated by his tales of travels across the frozen wilderness. He spoke of distant cities where summer lasted more than a few weeks, of forests that stayed green all year, and of mysteries that lay buried beneath the ice. His voice was hypnotic, rich as honey, and smooth as river stones, and I often caught myself leaning closer just to feel its vibrations in the air between us. "What really brought you here?" I asked one evening as we sat before the fire, sharing a meal of roasted fish and preserved cloudberries. The berries burst on my tongue with the memory of summer, their tartness a sharp contrast to the rich, savory meat. Brian's eyes reflected the flames as he answered, the silver threads in his irises dancing. "Would you believe me if I said the lights led me here? I've been following them for months, tracking their patterns. They're different here, stronger, more alive." His gaze met mine, and something flickered there that made my breath catch, almost as if someone was calling to them. The fire crackled between us, sending sparks dancing up the chimney like earthbound stars. I watched one spiral upward, attempting to steady my racing heart. "The lights have always been strong here," I said softly, tracing the rim of my wooden cup with one finger. "My grandmother used to say they were drawn to our village's songs." Brian set his plate aside and moved closer, the furs beneath him rustling with the motion. The firelight caught in his dark curls, creating a halo effect that made him look otherworldly. "Tell me about her," he said, his voice gentle. "Your grandmother. She taught you the old songs, didn't she?" The question caught me off guard. Few in the village ever spoke of my grandmother anymore, as if her disappearance had frozen her memory as surely as the tundra froze everything else. "How did you know?" His eyes met mine, serious now. "Because I heard you singing on the hill that night. It was an ancient melody, one that hasn't been sung in centuries." He reached into his shirt and pulled out something that gleamed in the firelight, a crystal pendant that pulsed with its own inner light. "This crystal responds to old magic. It led me here, following the echo of your voice." The crystal's light rippled with colors that matched the aurora outside, and something deep within me resonated with its power. "What are you?" I whispered, even as I found myself leaning closer, drawn by the familiar magic that emanated from the stone. "A guardian," he answered, letting the crystal swing gently between us. "We protect the old magics, keep their secrets safe, and we've been searching for the last keeper of lights since the storm singer began to rise." His free hand found mine, his touch sending warmth cascading through my body. "Your grandmother was a guardian too, Aurora. She didn't disappear. She went into hiding to protect you." The world seemed to tilt beneath me. What? No. She... But even as I protested, memories surfaced. The strange symbols she'd sewn into my quilts, the crystals she'd placed at every window, the urgent way she'd taught me to hide my gift. The storm that night, I breathed. The night she left. Brian's thumb traced gentle circles on my palm, each touch sending shivers of warmth up my arm. She faced the storm singer to protect you, he said softly. She knew your power was growing too strong to hide. The lights above our village that night, they lit up the entire northern sky. The storm singer sensed you then. But your grandmother... His voice caught. She led it away from here, sacrificing herself to keep you safe. Tears froze on my cheeks before they could fall. The aurora outside pulsed in response to my grief, casting waves of green and violet through the windows. Why didn't she tell me? To protect you, Brian said, reaching up to brush away my frozen tears. His touch lingered on my cheek, warm and comforting. The less you knew, the safer you were. But now... He glanced at the window, where frost patterns were spreading with unnatural speed across the glass. Now the storm singer has grown too powerful to hide from. The protective crystals along the windowsills hummed, their pitch rising in warning. The temperature in the cabin dropped so rapidly I could see our breath crystallizing in the air between us. Brian's pendant pulsed faster, its light taking on a warning red tinge. It's here, he whispered, just as the first window exploded inward in a shower of ice and glass. Through the opening stepped a figure that seemed to form from the storm itself, swirling snow and darkness given shape, with eyes that glowed like the heart of a glacier. The temperature plummeted further, and the fire in the hearth sputtered and died. The last keeper, it spoke, its voice the sound of avalanches and cracking ice. Your grandmother's sacrifice was in vain, child. Winter claims all in the end. Brian moved in front of me, his pendant blazing like a star in the darkness. You'll not touch her, he growled. And in that moment, I saw the warrior beneath the traveler's exterior. The crystal's light formed a barrier between us and the storm singer, but frost was already creeping up Brian's legs, threatening to encase him in ice. Something snapped inside me then. Seeing him in danger broke through the last of my hesitation. I opened my mouth and began to sing. Not the gentle songs I usually sang to the lights, but something deeper, more primal. It rose from some ancient place within me, a melody that spoke of summer meadows and warm rains, of life persisting through the longest winters. The aurora responded immediately, pouring through the broken window in ribbons of light that wrapped around us like a living shield. The ice attacking Brian melted away, and the storm singer recoiled. Brian's crystal resonated with my voice, its light joining with the aurora, until the cabin blazed with the warmth of 1,000 summers. The storm singer howled in rage as my song grew stronger, the sound of shattering glaciers competing with the melody pouring from my heart. The aurora danced around us in ever-tightening spirals, its light taking on the golden warmth of summer sunsets. Brian's crystal pulsed in harmony with my voice, our magics intertwining like lovers' hands. Impossible, the storm singer snarled, its form flickering between solid and vapor. The old songs were lost. Not lost, my grandmother's voice rang out from behind the creature. Protected. She stepped through the storm, unchanged, her silver hair streaming behind her like moonlight on snow, her eyes bright with ancient power. The protective symbols in her quilts blazed to life, forming a web of light that trapped the storm singer in its center. Grandmother. I breathed between verses, my song never faltering. The aurora responded to my joy, its colors shifting to deep rose and gold. Sing, my darling, she called, raising her voice to join mine. Sing of spring after winter, of warmth returning to frozen hearts. Brian's voice joined next, deep and resonant as thunder, his guardian magic amplifying our song through his crystal. The three-part harmony filled the cabin, spilled out into the night, and rose to meet the dancing lights above. Each note carried memories of warmth and life, summer berries bursting with sweetness, spring streams breaking through ice, autumn leaves dancing on warm winds. The storm singer thrashed within its prison of light, its power diminishing as our song grew stronger. "You cannot end winter," it raged, but its voice held a note of desperation now. "We don't want to end winter," I sang into the harmony. Understanding bloomed in my heart like the first flowers of spring. Winter is necessary, beautiful, sacred, but it must dance with spring, not dominate it. The aurora poured through every window now, wrapping around the storm singer in ribbons of light. Where it touched the creature's icy form, the frost softened into morning dew, the harsh angles melting into gentle curves. The sound of its rage transformed note by note into something like music. "Choose," Brian's crystal flared as he spoke. "Choose to be part of the dance, not its destroyer." My grandmother's voice rose in the ancient language, words of power that made the air shimmer. "Return to what you were meant to be. Winter's grace, not its fury." Inside its cocoon of light, the storm singer's form shifted one final time. The darkness fled its body like storm clouds parting, leaving behind a figure of pure, crystalline beauty. No longer a creature of destruction, but winter in its most elegant form. Frost without bite, snow without burial, ice without deadly intent. As our song faded into a newfound silence, the transformed being bowed its head. "I had forgotten," it whispered, its voice now like snow falling on cedars. "The dance is everything." "Welcome back to it," my grandmother smiled, looking exactly as she had when she'd taught me my first songs. The sunrise that followed was unlike any I'd seen before. The aurora remained visible, even as the sky lightened, its colors merging with the dawn in impossible beauty. The storm had passed, leaving behind a world transformed, still winter-wrapped, but gentle now, full of possibility. Brian's arms encircled me as we watched the new day dawn, his warmth seeping into my tired bones. "I knew I'd find something incredible when I followed the lights," he murmured against my hair. "I just didn't expect to find everything." My grandmother touched the crystal at his neck, then the one she wore, finally resting her hand over my heart. "The old magics aren't meant to be hoarded or hidden anymore," she said. "They're meant to be shared, like love itself." Her eyes twinkled. "Why do you think the lights led him to you?" I turned in Brian's arms to face him, seeing in his glacier blue eyes the same wonder I felt. "Will you stay?" I asked. "Help me learn to be both keeper and guardian?" His kiss was warm as summer sunshine, sweet as cloudberries, and full of promise. "Wild horses couldn't drag me away," he smiled against my lips, "or even wild winter storms." Above us, the aurora danced on into the morning, painting the sky with the colors of magic and love. The transformed storm singer rose to join them, its presence now adding to their beauty rather than seeking to destroy it. And in that moment, I understood what my grandmother had always taught me, that the greatest magic comes not from power or control, but from finding the perfect balance between opposite forces. Winter still rules our village for most of the year, but now it's a winter full of warmth and wonder. The lights dance every night as Brian and I sing to them, our voices joined in harmony with the ancient magic that flows through this land. My grandmother stays close, teaching us both the old ways while embracing the new paths we forged together. They say love blooms brightest in the coldest places. Standing beneath the eternal dance of lights, my voice rising to meet them, my heart beating in time with Brian's, I know this to be true. For in the longest nights and the deepest cold, We found a warmth that could thaw even winter itself. And that, perhaps, is the greatest magic of all.